Climate Change Committee. Thank you to almost full house. It's good to see people back in this room. Numbers like this we haven't seen since pre-COVID, so it's really good to see so many of the community in this room, and we can sit shoulder to shoulder and listen to what we've got going on here today. So thank you. First up, we have apologies. So we have Councillor Dalton for lateness. We've got we'll go absence first. We've got IMSB member Karen Wilson for absence. We've got Councillor Dalton and Councillor Filipaina for lateness. We've got Councillor Collins and Councillor Mulholland for early departure on council business. And early departure? Okay, perfect. And early departure by Councillor Stewart. Could I have a mover for the apologies? Pippa, Deputy Chair. Seconder. Wilcox. All those in favour? And we have to approve those attending by Skype. We have Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Newman, and Councillor Watson. I guess maybe we should go through just to check you can hear us and we can hear you. Councillor Filipaina?
We'll be late.
Oh, he'll be late, sorry. Councillor Fletcher's going to be late, or are you there already, Councillor Fletcher?
Morena, good to see everybody on Skype.
Morena, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Newman?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I can't be there. I've got a sick cough.
No worries, thank you for still attending via Skype. And Councillor Watson?
Good morning, Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Councillor Watson. And also I've got now just told Councillor Sayers you're here as well. Beaming in. No?
No? Councillor Dalton?
Oh, he is there?
He is there.
Cool. Oh, is Councillor
Yeah,
Dalton?
Councillor Sayers is on the line, but he hasn't got sound.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Cool. Thank you. Can I have a mover? I'll move the approval of electronic attendance. Councillor Kathy Casey will be seconder. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest, members? No. Confirmation of the minutes. Can I have a mover? Councillor Simpson? I'll second. All those in favour? Aye. Petitions, we have none. Public input. Our first public input will be Generation Zero. I think we've got David speaking. Okay.
Yeah. Chair, just before Generation Zero start,
Yes.
Are we constrained by those that are physically in the room making up the quorum? Is that the standing order? Okay, I'm just mindful of how close we are to a quorum, and doesn't allow the mayor to go and do business.
4, 6, 8.
13.
Yeah, we're pretty close, but it will be up to us to ensure we either stay or get through this agenda as quickly as we can, but not too quick. Cool, so we have, would you be able to introduce yourself? Sorry, I don't have your name here, but thank you for coming in.
Sure, I'm Olivia Yates from Generation Zero.
Thank you, Olivia. You can go ahead.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou. Aki mihi ki a koutou. Kia ngā mema o te komiti. Kia ngā mema o te kaunihira o Tamaki Makaurau. No tauranga moana au, no Generation Zero hau, ko Olivia tōku ingoa. So on behalf of Generation Zero, I come here today in support of the adoption of Te Taru Ki a Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan. We are discussing the plan in a really unique time in Auckland's history. Not only are we coming out of a global pandemic, but also we're facing intersecting other issues, other crises. We're facing a drought and the effects of that alongside extreme rainfall in Northland. And as we see from COVID, crises such as COVID and climate change intersect with other existing inequalities. Hence, the adoption of a plan which ensures a safer future for all of our communities could not be more timely. Generation Zero have had the honour of supporting the plan from 2018 through to today, and we've been involved in several consultations. We've been involved in the Auckland Climate Summit, as well as the development of the Rangatahi-led action. And for that, we want to acknowledge the commitment of the Chief Sustainability Office to developing a really comprehensive plan that involves consultation with a diverse range of communities to ensure that all voices are heard. We also want to acknowledge Council's commitment to developing a just response to COVID. In the plan, it's also acknowledged that the post-COVID recovery also means that climate action must not be sidelined, but rather prioritised despite other fiscal constraints. And finally, we want to commend the Chief Sustainability Office on their ambition in ensuring that the plan is in line with targets for 1.5 degrees of warming. If the plan is adopted, the challenge for Auckland Council and its committees is to ensure accountability. As outlined in the next steps for the plan, determining the most appropriate governance structures is critical to its success. Moving forward, the responsibility for each action must be concretely allocated. This could include KPIs annually set and adhered to by CCOs, and this must also involve continued involvement from rangatahi. Furthermore, the plan outlines decarbonisation targets and budgets for reaching by 2030 and 2050. These targets must be met with mechanisms that ensure their delivery, such as outlined mechanisms which define energy consumption reductions. While these targets are a great start, the plan also outlines that these targets alone are insufficient for Auckland to remain within its carbon budget. Alongside this, additional steps are required, new strategies and new developments. In the context of COVID, the plan also acknowledges that those steps have the potential to be accelerated with the post-COVID recovery, or those steps that are required are potentially going to be hindered by the way that Council responds. We see now as the prime opportunity to really invest in developing new options to ensure that we remain within our carbon budgets so that the plan can be fully implemented. So in light of the above, we commend Te Tarukia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan, for acceptance by the Environment and Climate Change Committee. Moving forward, we ask that the committee consider our questions for the future. How will the committee ensure that Te Tarukia Tāwhiri becomes the responsibility of the whole of Council and its CCOs? How will the funding allocations change the course of Council's current action, as well as filter down to local boards and their relevant plans? And how will funding be weighted sufficiently to ensure the 2030 and 2050 targets can be met? For a safer climate future, we must ensure that the actions outlined in the climate plan are met at the bare minimum. But Generation Zero wants to see the Council move forward beyond the bare minimum to exceed and succeed these targets. We therefore look forward to seeing how you think critically and progressively for the implementation of the plan, translating it into tangible and measurable steps. And together we can move forward to build a safer future for all of the communities in Tamaki Makaurau. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Olivia. Questions, committee members? Councillor Walker.
So, if we look at the current situation, our emissions recently have been going up, not going down. Do you have some comment about that? Because quite obviously what we're doing right now is not effective.
That tends to highlight why it's really important that the plan be implemented immediately and rapidly. It's obvious from the emissions pathways that are outlined in the plan that at business as usual, we will continue to increase in our emissions. However, without the plan being fully implemented, that means that we're going to continue on that pathway. And also, the post-COVID response has meant, despite prior reductions in people reducing their transport, we've tended to shift back already into that business as usual pathway. Yeah. So moving forward, if the plan were to be implemented, then we would be able to avoid that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Perfect, easy. Well, thank you very much, Olivia, and thank you to Generation Zero and the team. I know for myself, you all have been a big support for us through things like the Unitary Plan, the Auckland Plan, things like SkyPass submissions, the RLTP, this plan. So without your voice, it would be more difficult sometimes to get the things over the line that we need to. So thank you very much for your continued advocacy, and I'm sure we'll see you more often. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Just like to move that we accept the public input from Generation Zero, second from Deputy Chair, Pippa Coombe. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Up, we have the Equal Justice Project. We have Ariana and Ella. Ariana, sorry. Thank you. And just, you have 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name is Ella Rose.
Kia ora, I'm Shireen.
And we are from the Equal Justice Project, which is a non-partisan pro bono charity that applies law students' learning and legal training to promote social equity, inclusivity, and access to justice in our local and wider community. Since 2019, we've been working with the Waitemata Low Carbon Network to undertake climate change advocacy in the Auckland region. This involves keeping up to date with the actions of Auckland Council and the various CCOs and making frequent submissions.
Firstly, I would like to stress the importance and urgency of this issue. As someone who cares deeply about the future health and well-being of the planet and all those who call it home, it is frustrating to see our leaders fail to take sufficient action to protect our future. As such, we commend the Council for their initiative in recognising the seriousness of climate change by declaring a climate emergency last year and by adopting this climate plan. The first few pages of the plan do a good job of conveying the seriousness of the issue and acknowledging the speed and urgency with which action is required.
Secondly, we commend the Council for including rangatahi and kaupapa Māori perspectives into the climate plan. We recognise the importance of building climate resilience from a community level and support the adoption of an inclusive approach to mitigating climate change. This enables the Council to instill intergenerational resilience to climate change, which is crucial as we think about our future.
We are concerned, however, that the actions and targets do not reflect the urgency of this crisis. The targets on page 39 of the plan outline some very important areas of action, but we suggest that they need to be more specific. For example, phrases such as a very high standard of energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gas emission sources on land are vague and are wanting for further definition. For a meaningful and speedy reduction in emissions, we need specific and strict targets that have clear pathways. Some of the targets also have no further information as to how they are achieved. For example, there is a target to reduce methane emissions from agricultural stock, but there is no action in the plan that sets out how this will be achieved. The same issue of vagueness can be identified amongst many of the targets under various key areas. The urgency and seriousness of climate change demands clear and specific targets. Finally on this, although the plan is for all of Auckland, we strongly recommend that the Council provide leadership by setting targets for itself and its CCOs. Without meaningful interim targets, we will have no way of knowing if this plan can achieve the Council's commitment to a plan consistent with a 1.5 degree rise or an interim target for halving Auckland's emissions by 2030.
We also encourage the Council to be open and transparent with climate change progress, as it is an issue that concerns all Aucklanders. The plan outlines various aspirational targets, but there is a lack of indication of how these targets will be tracked and measured. To strengthen the climate plan, the Council could highlight the measurement tools used and how progress is tracked against these goals. This would enable the community to hold the council accountable to the outlined targets whilst improving the transparency of Auckland's climate mitigation strategy.
Overall, the Equal Justice Project supports the Auckland Climate Plan, as it is certainly a step in the right direction. We urge the Council to treat climate change with the seriousness and urgency it demands. With every passing day, the global crisis we are facing worsens exponentially, and the longer we delay meaningful action, the bleaker the future of our planet and its people grows. The Council has acknowledged this fact by declaring a climate emergency, and it is time that our actions reflect the seriousness of our words. There is no time left to waste.
Finally, we ask the Council to add to its resolutions today that Te Tariki Awhawhiri Auckland's climate plan be amended to include interim targets consistent with Council's commitment to a plan consistent with a 1.5 degree rise, or an interim target of halving Auckland's emissions by 2030. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you all, and thank you too, Grant. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. It's much appreciated. My question is, some of the things that are in this plan we can directly impact, so public transport, how our buildings are put together with what sort of scenarios, removing gas heating systems and so forth, and for water and for buildings. Others we have very limited or no actual impact other than advocacy. Would you suggest that we target straight into the things we have direct ability to change and less impact upon the ones that we are only partially or minority available to change?
I think because of the urgency of the situation, it's really important to focus on what we can directly change from the council perspective. So things like public transport are really important because it is the largest section of Auckland's emissions. So I think really focusing energy on direct and fast change is important, but also not to neglect the other areas because it needs an integrated approach.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I used to be the chair of your education arm back when I was in law school. So it's really, really great to hear from you guys again. Thank you for your thoughtful and considered submission. I particularly liked your points around accountability and more precise statements around that. And just to point out that climate change will result in some really fascinating legal cases and legal discussion in the future, I'm sure. For councillors that are not familiar with your organisation, could you maybe just please tell us a bit more about what EJP does?
So the Equal Justice Project is a branch of law school that helps integrate sort of active learning, so how we can transfer our legal skills, everything that we've learned into the real world, and one of the ways we do that is by civic participation. So that's why we're here today, and that's why we work with a lot of council-controlled organisations to hold them accountable to their climate targets, as well as ensuring that law students have that real-world experience so that they know what they are getting themselves into, essentially. Yeah.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you for your presentation today. We struggle to hold the CCOs to account, so how are you guys going with holding them to account to the climate plan?
Thank you for your question. That is an interesting question. We do have specific people assigned to each CCO who attend their statement of intent meetings. We also present at those CCO meetings. So we have one today with, was it AT? Yeah. AT is happening today. I know Panuku is happening next week. So we try to engage, provide like a rangatahi perspective on these issues and to make sure that our law students have that accessibility, have that opportunity to actually present and interact with the CCOs.
I'll just add, it does vary per each CCO, the sort of engagement level we get. But we have had some good responses from them saying that they've acknowledged our input and that they'll take it into account moving forward.
I was trying not to speak today, but I can't help myself. What we'd also like to do is report back to a committee, and I'm not sure this is the right one, it might be the Finance Committee, on what we've done and how we think your CCOs are responding in terms of climate change. We'd have to say at this point a number have started down that track and have produced draft or climate strategies, climate action strategies. So what you asked them to do, they are actually starting to do. it's that accountability. So the idea is we're going to kind of try some feedback loops where we're engaging with them. If we don't get the sort of answers we really think we want, we'll come back to you and say, you need to start getting a bit tougher on them as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think if you could potentially contact the Deputy Mayor, he chairs the CCO review, that might be the place where you could come and present on your discussions or findings with your work in the CCO. So that would be, I think, probably helpful, interesting. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, my question was exactly that. If you're going to speak to all the CCOs, I would be very interested in that response. So to that end, you know, how would you be willing to feed it back? So great minds, and I look forward to seeing your feedback. Very interested. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you all. I will move your public input and... Oh, yeah, sorry. Can we add... I've got you written down, so we can add Grant to that. Yeah. It's perfect. Second that, Deputy Chair. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Perfect. Thank you very much. And now we have Dr. Miles Barton, who has asked to speak about the Urban Ngāhere strategy. Thank you, Miles.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa, ko Miles Barton aho, ko the Tree Council aho. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. You, councillors, you are going to receive a report today from one of your officers. We've been waiting 3 years for this report on the results of the LiDAR data on the Urban Ngāhere strategy. And what it's going to tell you is that of the 16 local boards, only 18% of their 100% land area now has trees, and that of those trees, the majority of them are small. 75% of them are under 10 metres in height, and less than 5% of them are over 15 metres in height. So that tells you that we are losing the big trees, the mature trees in this city very rapidly. No local board out of those 16 has got more than 1% of its trees over 20 metres high. The faux local board has 18% of its land area in tree cover. The minimum for any local board, according to your strategy, is 15%. And in faux, as in many of the others, there's only 5% over 15 metres high. Here's a graph from your strategy's report, which shows height of the tree canopy. So that's height along the horizontal axis and percentage up the vertical axis. So as you can see, the vast majority of the trees are small, less than 10 metres, and then it crashes down. I've highlighted the faux line there in dark black so that you can see it. And as you can see, it's one of the lowest when it comes to large trees. So it is 5% or less than 5% over 15 metres high. There are very few big trees in the faux. This is Canal Road in Avondale. I'll just let you take in the size of the tree. These are some more of the trees. They're not small. These are mature natives that were planted 60 to 80 years ago by Mr. Burgess, who was a woodwork teacher at Avondale School. This land has been owned by the Raymond family for that entire time, and it is now up for sale. 3 years ago, the Tree Council came to the faux local board and asked them to do a land swap or purchase this site. There are 46 mature natives on this site, some of them extremely rare, like Black Mairi, Hinau, Mangio, along with all the other normal trees, you know, Pahutakawa, Totara, Puriri, etc. 46 mature natives. Of that 5% of large trees in the faux, this is probably a good proportion of them, I'd say. 3 years ago, nothing was done about saving this site, and it went on the market just before Christmas. The sale fell through because of the COVID crisis. It has been purchased again. We gather the sale has just fallen through in the last few days. But the chainsaws have been running. We lost 10 trees when the arborists first turned up. Since then, the local community have been protecting this site literally by trespassing on it and climbing the trees, because that's the last resort that they felt they had to protect this site. The chainsaws are there again this morning, along with the TV cameras, I gather. So we consider that Canal Road is an opportunity not to be missed. This site's land sale has fallen through again. These trees are all over 15 to 20 metres high, and you don't have much time. I'm sure you all recognise this document. I hope you do. I hope you've read it. I hope you've seen it. It's your urban Ngāhere strategy. In it, it has 3 objectives. One of them is to protect your existing Ngāhere, which, quote, on page 42, says, protecting existing Ngāhere is crucial to safeguarding the added values and benefits that mature trees provide. On page 29 of your strategy, it says, when it comes to trees, size does matter. Benefits are disproportionately greater for larger trees. It doesn't matter how many little saplings you plant. And I'm not saying planting saplings is a bad thing. Take my hat off to the Mayor and his Million Trees programme. But it will take 60 to 80 years for those saplings to reach maturity and provide you with the same benefits and services that these trees are currently providing you with for free in Avondale. Auckland needs to retain its mature trees, and as you all know, we have no legal protection at the moment for trees on private land unless they are scheduled in your unitary plan. The Faux Local Board fully supports retention of this site. As you saw, I sent you last night an email that was sent to you in February from the Faux Local Board Chair about this site. Forest and Bird have also written to you, as has the Auckland Botanical Society, to tell you about the biodiversity values and the importance of this site. We realise that you have extreme pressure on your budget. Well done, Councillor Simpson, for getting them through those 100 hours of Zoom meetings. What a nightmare. But you also have $200 million worth of assets that Panuku has identified to you they want to dispose of as part of that emergency budget. You have a grim little piece of grass up the road called the Canal Road Reserve with barely a single tree on it. It is flat. It is developable. You could swap a piece of land with the Raymond family and retain Canal Road and its trees for future generations. You need them to sequester carbon. You need them to treat pollution. You need them to retain mature trees in the Faux Local Board and in Auckland. You need them for the people of Avondale and their future generations. Do you mean anything by this strategy? Or is it just a waste of paper and another dead tree sitting on a dusty shelf? Because if you're not going to retain mature trees, you are not implementing the objectives of this strategy. Thank you very much from the people of Avondale.
Thank you, Dr. Barton. Do we have any questions? Councillor Walker.
Having heard Mel's speak, I'd suggest there's a great deal of logic to actually engaging in some form of swap. How do we make that happen? Because these trees are going to be gone otherwise. And there aren't too many big trees like this around Auckland. So how do we take this further? What part of council engages? Is it Panuku? Is it our biodiversity people? Who does it?
Yeah, Councillor Walker. Unfortunately, this is not this committee that would address that, but we might have some more advice from. Or you can just proceed.
So through the chair, that would be handled by Community and Social Policy, who has responsibility for the acquisition and disposal of open space. A land exchange is considered a simultaneous acquisition and disposal, and it's managed under the Reserves Act 1977. But as part of assessing that, we would need to look at the open space provision within the existing neighbourhood and work through a number of issues, and the process in terms of doing that is quite complicated given the nature of the Reserves Act. So it requires a two-step process. We would need to start off with a workshop with the local board. Then we'd need to get a formal decision from the local board to contemplate the land exchange. We would need to come to the PACE committee to get a decision from the PACE committee to notify the land exchange. We would need to go through the land exchange process under either section 15 of the Reserves Act or 15AA of the Reserves Act if it's associated with a resource consent. That requires 6 weeks of public consultation. We would then need to analyse the results of that consultation. We would then go back to the local board for their support or otherwise whether to proceed with that land exchange, and then we would come back to the PACE committee to get approval to proceed with the land exchange, and then we would go to the Finance and Performance Committee to approve the disposal of the land.
So I understand that if the Reserves Act is coming into play, if we're talking about Panuku property, which we've got on a disposal list, which is not reserves, we can have a far faster transaction. How can we expedite that?
So through the chair, my understanding is that that canal reserve is a reserve under the Reserves Act, so it is the Reserves Act that sets out that process. So if Panuku was to, and there's a difference also between a service asset and a non-service asset, so a lot of those assets that are on the list for disposal are considered to be non-service assets, as in they're not being used by the community for open space purposes. This one is being used by it. It does have a playground, it does have a basketball court that is being used by the community, so that would also be part of that public consultation. We would need to consider the impact on the affected parties in the community.
It's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about swapping for a reserve, an existing reserve. I'm talking about the portfolio that we've got, which numbers a lot of properties that we are proposing to flog off. Okay? In this instance, we've got an opportunity to secure a property that has some magnificent trees that if we were to put a value on those trees according to the Halliwell scale or whatever, would amount to the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what is being suggested to us is a transaction where we get in touch with the owners of this property and try to broker something as quickly as possible. Can we do that, and how can we do that, and what do we as councillors need to do if we're actually going to implement our strategy? Because this is where it hits the pavement. Are we actually serious or not? If we are, we actually do something here and we make a stand.
Councillor Walker, this is, for questions. I think we've had it just explained to us, and the laws are there in place for very good reason to protect reserves, which is why there's a long process that would take to do a land swap. I've talked to Barry Potter, and Paul and Barry are keen to look at it, but this committee cannot make those decisions, but they will. We don't have a definitive answer whether this property has sold, if this is the second time it has been sold and then fell through. I don't have that clear information, and we also have been told the long process it would take to address that. So I'm happy. I've asked officers if they can go away and look at that process. This committee does not have delegation to buy, sell, swap reserves land or anything. We just can't have people calling out in the public forum. Sorry. So we are keen to look at it, but that is not a process we can just invent through a public forum, unfortunately.
So we're not going to do anything with that?
No, Councillor Walker, I've just said that the officers are happy to look through it, find out if it's true that it is not being sold, and if there is any way that we could look into a process. The issue is, as Dr. Barton has said, we have an issue with budget, so purchasing it outright, we passed a budget last week that wouldn't include the 4 or 5 million that would potentially cost for that site. But a land swap potentially is possible. We've just heard that it's a very long process that is we are legally bound to follow because we must protect our reserves, which is why it's not easy to sell them. So the staff, do you want to just... The Mayor would like to speak.
Just a question and then a comment. The question is, if the property hasn't been sold, who has been cutting the trees down? Sorry, can I hear from Dr. Barton, please?
I understand that as of the first sale, it was made a condition of the sale that the trees were removed before the sale went through. So I believe it is the landowner, the current landowner, that was removing the trees, not the purchaser, if you see what I mean.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to make it really clear so that the staff are not under any illusion that they have to go through this complex, we can't possibly do that, get rid of a reserve process that is basically a no, that your list of $200 million worth of assets includes an awful lot of things that are not a reserve. So, and they're lined up ready for sale now by Panuku. So you don't have to go through any of that nonsense. You don't have to swap Canal Road Reserve for this property. You can go to your list of things that are already prepared for disposal and pick something or a couple of things that match it and go and do that. All these people want is a piece of land that they can sell for $4.5 million. That's it. They don't care what it is. They just want their money. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think you outlined earlier, you understood what the financial position of the council was at the moment. We'd just lost $500 million. So finding $5 million like that isn't quite as easy as it might seem. And the problem that we've got, and I just want to make this comment because it's pertinent to it, is there are groups of trees like this all over our city that we have no protection for. Now, 4 years ago, you and I worked on a private member's bill to try to get that protection. I just want to advise you that you've seen the original letter I sent to the Minister for the Environment saying that we need to change, to reverse the amendments that were made in 2012. The chair of this committee and I have just sent a further letter through to the Minister because the best way we've got of protecting trees, and I absolutely support your endeavours in that regard, is to get a change in that legislation so we get group protection. We've looked at all of the other ways, individually, notable trees, etc., and you know what a nightmare that is. So, look, I deplore the fact these trees are coming down. They're beautiful trees. I love trees like that. And the best way we can deal with it is to get that change. The Minister has signalled, should he be re-elected, that that's a priority in terms of the Resource Management Act, and that's the way that we'll continue to push, not just to protect one stand of trees, but trees right across the city. But thank you very much for your presentation today, which I think has been very powerful.
Thanks, Phil. We did, as the Tree Council, submit on the Resource Management Amendment Bill, and there were hundreds of members of the community who also submitted on that bill to beg the government to put some form of general tree protection back into the RMA now to stop this slaughter happening. But unfortunately, they have decided not to bother and to wait until they completely overhaul the RMA. I think that what is happening today at Canal Road is an extremely good example of where the rubber hits the road with your urban Ngāhere strategy, with the lack of general tree protection, and I think that it will be repeated over and over and over and over through our cities until we have no mature trees left, until we do something about it. And I totally agree with you, changing the legislation is the way to do this, but where council has an opportunity to move in and do something on an individual site, and you were offered that opportunity 3 years ago before this site came on the market and nothing was done. And I think that speaks volumes in terms of your commitment to the urban Ngāhere strategy. It should not be just words on a page, it needs to be actions. And when sites are offered to you, pointed out to you, You need to take that opportunity because it's not going to come twice. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mels. I have 3 last questions. Councillor Fletcher, through Skype.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Barton. To a degree, the Mayor has touched on some of the issues I wanted to. But as going back to 1996, having sponsored a private members bill for the Tree Council back in the days of the late Jim Holdaway, I can feel very frustrated with the current situation. But you've heard the complexity that officers have been through in terms of what our response might be. If we were to be able to make some changes to the unitary plan within the scope of what we ourselves can change, and accepting that I know the Tree Council understand the need for intensification in Auckland, what were the sorts of changes you would have seen within the unitary plan that might play a better role, that we avoid these situations in the future?
I think the unitary plan is a very difficult object to use to protect trees because it basically only allows you to protect individual trees through scheduling or through SEAs. I think the one thing that you could do that would be really helpful is to include in your upcoming plan change, which will correct the errors in the Schedule 10, which is the list of scheduled trees, to include the trees that have already qualified for scheduling and are on a list waiting to be put into the schedule. Now, I understand that Plan Change 29 has no intention of including the trees that are already on that list waiting to go into the schedule. Why not, is my question. If they've passed the bar and they're able to be added to the schedule, you're going through a plan change process, you need to add those trees in. Why would you wait another God knows how many years to add those trees to the schedule? You need to have that in that process. It's so expensive and long-winded going through plan change. Why would you do it twice for trees? So you're going to do one tree schedule plan change, include the new trees and add to the schedule. At least then those individual trees that have passed muster and are significant and have been accepted as being qualifying for scheduling should be added and protected, because there's no interim protection. So these trees could be felled on any time until they're added to the schedule. We don't want to have to wait more years for that to happen. So, but it's a blunt instrument. It's only for individual trees. That's not really going to help a situation like Canal Road at the moment, unless those trees had already been nominated and accepted for scheduling. But it may help with other trees that already are on that list. So please add them into the schedule.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, I suppose that's a matter that we should potentially be raising with the Planning Committee. Finally, to Dr. Barton, do you, as we debate the agenda items later today, what is the Tree Council's view, and are there any distinctions that we should draw when it comes to exotic versus Indigenous native trees?
No, I don't believe so. Mature trees, large trees provide huge benefits and services. It doesn't really matter what they are. I mean, obviously your planting program or whatever is very much geared towards natives, but when you're talking mature trees, then they're providing the same benefits and services, whatever they are. So, no, I wouldn't draw any distinction, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I could just again reiterate that it would be quite good to get some sort of response, and I'm assuming that that would be through the Planning Committee.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We've already, myself and Councillor Coombe and Councillor Darby have worked on a resolution for a full review of Schedule 10 notable trees in the context of resourcing constraints and priorities to report back to the Planning Committee. So we're ensuring that resolution from last term, because at the moment it says the next time we have the ability to do it is through a plan change in 2023. So we want to try our best to move that forward. So that'll be that is a Chair's recommendation that sits on the Urban Ngāhere item later on this afternoon. So that shall go towards Chris's committee to address that through a plan change process.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Dr. Barton, and kia ora koutou, everyone who's come along to support you. I think we've heard a way forward in terms of officers looking at this further, taking into account that this committee isn't decision-making on this matter, but that sounds like a good way forward. So I just wondered if I could put Canal Road just to one side in terms of that particular issue and just pick up on the earlier part of your presentation about the LIDAR survey work. And it has been very frustrating that we've been waiting so long to get this data. And I wondered if, now that we've got it, is this an opportunity to correct what we were hearing a few years ago, that I think it was 30% of Auckland's tree cover had disappeared in the last 5 years, and that created a lot of anxiety in the community that was possible. And I know there is a lot of concern about the lack of tree protection, and something that council's advocating for, as you heard from the mayor. But I appreciate that the LIDAR work has highlighted the lack of mature trees and how we don't have good, strong coverage across Auckland. But can you just clarify whether we can now correct that what was supposedly put out a few years ago about the percentage of loss over the last 5 years?
I think you have to be careful in interpreting the LIDAR data, because it is an overview of tree canopy cover. But what it is showing quite clearly is that you are losing the mature trees whilst other trees are growing. So what it demonstrates is the balance in the cover, if you like, but what it's also showing is the imbalance in the height. So you are losing your mature trees, your big trees, and you're replacing them with saplings, small trees, which are growing. And so when you look at the cover as a whole, it looks like it's balanced. But what you're doing is taking out the big trees from the system and replacing them with small ones, which, fine, okay, looks like you've got a balance in the cover. I think it's a 0.5% increase or something in actual leaf area. But does that mean you're retaining those benefits and services of those trees? No, you're not, because all you've got are loads and loads, 75% of little trees. And you've still only got 18% cover when you're aiming for 30%. And those 75% of that 18% is less than 10 metres high. And how long is it going to take for those trees to get 20 or 30 metres high? You've heard that less than 1% in any of those local board areas is over 20 metres high. That's really, really serious, because those are the trees that give you the benefits and the services. Now, there was a photographic survey, as you'll know, of Waitemata local board a couple of years ago, they looked at the photographs rather than the LIDAR, so that they could recognise individual trees. And that showed that in many of the suburbs, the loss over that, it was a 10-year period, was around 27%. So our guesstimate of 30% loss, I don't believe is actually too wrong if you're talking about mature trees. The trouble is that the LIDAR shows you leaf area, if you like. And so the leaf area of lots and lots of small trees makes up for the loss of leaf area of large trees disappearing from the canopy. So like I say, you have to interpret it carefully, but the devil is in the detail, and that is telling you that you only have 75% of small trees now, and only 5% of trees that are over 15 metres high. And that is a serious problem when you're talking about the benefits and services that you get in a city from trees.
Thank you for bringing your expertise for this, but I think we can say that it's not 30% of all trees have been removed in the last 5 years. There's different nuances of...
I think the data is difficult for you to get to the bottom of that, Pippa. I mean, if you go back and you look at the photographic survey from Waitemata, it tells you very much that you are losing over 20% of the trees in that area.
Okay, we do. Oh. Cool, thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to briefly support the words of the Mayor and yourself, Dr. Barton, wholeheartedly. I know you guys have come around a specific property with specific trees, and I don't want to kind of muddy the waters on that kaupapa exactly, but I do just want to point out the wider issue that it's not just these trees. We're all familiar with the Paturua Kauri issue. We've talked about this before. I suspect most weeks good mature trees are being downed in the dead of night in this city. There were several in my ward in particular, and I've received phone calls around that over the years. We've also heard today about the conflict between environmental protection and actually environmental need, given that we're talking about a climate change committee here, versus actual economic ability. And we've heard about that as well. I worry that actually this will become a recurring theme in the decades ahead, that conflict without some intervention. And so I just want to kind of join the call for legislative intervention here for trees on private land and a need for protection for everyone.
Cool. I had said Councillor Henderson was last, but last question from Councillor Bartley, and then we need to move on to the next speaker who is also on this issue. So there will be, if there are more questions on this issue, there is another presenter. Councillor Walker, you've had a go on this section, but we have another presenter on this, it looks like this issue, so yes. So I'm going to Councillor Bartley and then I'll have the next speaker. Cool. Thank you, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I wanted to pick up on your response to Councillor Fletcher about no distinction between exotic and native trees in the context of the Maunga Authority, because I thought the Tree Council was supportive of what they were doing. So if that's changed, I'd really like to know. Thank you.
No, that absolutely has not changed. We're fully supportive of what the Maunga Authority are doing. My comment in terms of what Councillor Fletcher asked was that in terms of the benefits and services that the mature trees that we're losing across the city are providing, we can't afford to lose trees. But in terms of the Maunga Authority and their vision for what they want to do in the Maunga, I mean, I don't want to go into it now, it's a huge conversation, but their vision is based by restoring the cultural mana of the Maunga, and the removal of the exotic trees is to do with that as much as it is to do with anything else, and we fully support that kaupapa of restoring the cultural mana of the Maunga, and so we understand why the removal of exotic trees from the tihi of the Maunga is so important, and we fully support that because that's why the Maunga were returned to the iwi. So, you know, we fully support that. And yes, it's very sad to lose any tree, but if we can have restored native forest on those 13 Maunga, that would be so transformational for this city. It would be so incredible to have a native forest on every single Maunga in this city that I think in the short term, we can carry the loss of those exotic trees because we understand that they are offensive to iwi, and we fully support that cultural restoration. Fully support it.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barton. I'll move the receipt of your presentation. Do I have a seconder? Oh, the Mayor, Phil Goff. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Cool. Thank you, Dr. Barton. Next presenter, where am I? Whoops, sorry. Sylvia Spikesma. Did I say that right? Sorry if I didn't. Cool. Hi, and I just only have one name here, so if you could introduce yourselves, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name is Sylvia Spieksma, and this is Libby Burgess.
Ko Libby Burgess toku ingoa.
I'm here speaking on behalf of a number of people. I'm really grateful that we're able to speak at this hearing. When I say we, this is as in the people of Avondale that are currently involved in protecting what is left over from a significant ecological site of native trees in Canal Road. There's a few people that were wanting to be here as well. Steve Abel, who is one of the people vigilant of the site, who is climbing the tree right now. There is William Lee, who's been climbing the trees. These people are risking trespassing orders in order to protect those trees. I'm also speaking on behalf of the more than 4,500 signatories of the Save the Canal Road Trees petition. Also speaking on behalf of the future residents of the apartment block being built opposite this site. And speaking on behalf of the current and future residents of our Avondale-Rosebank neighbourhood. As a community, we feel that we have tried really hard to work through the available channels to advocate for the acquisition of this significant ecological site. But we feel we haven't been heard for the last 3 years. We are hopeful that we now will be heard and that action will be taken. This site, which until recently was home to 46 native trees, has not lost a number of trees to the chop. We are determined to protect the trees that remain standing. The sale of these sections has meanwhile fallen through. As you've learned, this brings a renewed opportunity for the Council to live up to its policies, strategies and declarations. I'm hereby referring to the Urban Aheri strategy, the Auckland Climate Action Framework, which should be at the forefront of every decision made in Council, the FO Local Board Plan, the outcomes of well-planned towns, facilities and housing, enhanced natural environment. Our vision is that our communities help to protect and enhance its environment. This plan was made in 2017 under the chair, Tracy Mulholland. Our heritage is known, protected, and the stories are shared. We will work with others to support the preservation of our heritage as much as possible. It seems laughable if it weren't so sad. The FO Open Spaces Network Plan. This plan recognizes that Avondale-Rosebank area lacks in the provision of neighbourhood parks and suburb parks. It further states in this report that it should be considered the acquisition of land for parks in the Avondale-Rosebank area. I also refer to Our Future Avondale document, which is a vision and design principles document done by the communities of Avondale. This site is of ecological and cultural significance. It is connected to the horticulturist Hayward Wright. It's highlighted in landscape ecologist Colin Merck's report for our Auckland Council done in June 2018. It takes an important place in the FO wildlife link. A reference was made to Mr. Burgess, who planted the trees in the book Memory Pieces by Maurice Guy. In the recent community vision document, it's also clear evident that people value the natural environment, horticultural history, and mature trees in our neighbourhood. Under all of the plans and strategies here referred to, but especially under the Urban Aheri strategy, we ask from Council to make right and to acquire this piece of ecological and cultural heritage. Additionally, Auckland Council promised compensation for the 3 notable pecan trees that were taken down due to a council error. Phil Goff received a plaque with the number of the tree, like a big slab of wood from that actual tree. We feel the time is right to make this promise happen. If the strategies and reasoning above are not enough to convince the governing body of the need to acquire this piece of land with its rare native trees, bird insect population, its ability to sequester carbon, its contribution to the well-being of our residents, then we propose that what we believe is the cost-neutral solution that the Tree Council mentioned prior. Thank you.
Tina koutou katoa. I mentioned my name, Libby Burgess. And
would you be able to just, thank you.
there you go. It was my grandfather, Walter Nielsen Burgess, who planted these trees from 1924 onwards until we sold the property there in 1960. Then my father, Gordon Burgess, engaged with the council as well in an attempt to protect those trees, but unsuccessfully, until he died in the year 2000. But these were planted as a legacy for future generations, and they've been part of our family history, and we have believed that they were protected. They're in family albums as Walter's legacy. But sadly, that's not the case. We didn't manage to achieve that legally. The trees are being felled as we speak this morning. Steve is up a tree and trying to protect a puriri that's had 3 or 4 branches cut. It is a tragedy and it is a travesty. Really, it has been said, but if the council's serious about the urban Ngāhere strategy, mature trees such as these must be included even when they're on private land. So the strategy mentions that 61% of urban ngāhere is on privately owned land, that size matters, and that engagement is really important. So we think there still is an opportunity for this. It's taken 100 years and for many trees more than this to grow, and it takes a couple of hours to fell them. Large native trees are vital in preserving native biodiversity in our city. These trees are valued by locals. They're part of a tree walk and a green corridor of native species. They have huge ecological, cultural and heritage value. And I just challenge you, as others have, to step up, take responsibility, find a solution, act now to save those remaining taonga trees. We've talked about a complex solution and perhaps a simpler land swap solution, but what is needed is engagement now with the Raymond family that owns it and doesn't have a sale in progress. And that's my challenge to you today. So, ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Cool. Thank you both for your presentation. Thank you. The Councillor Walker, did you have a question here?
My question was for Mel's.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Question is actually for our legal team. Seems unlikely, but it would be any chance of the council being able to put an injunction on that private land to stop just the felling? It's a long shot, but it's just the urgency. Have we got any legal people?
May I comment there that that would demonstrate the intention of the council to protect these trees?
I'm not sure, but
yeah.
I don't know. But in my non-legal brain, I'm kind of wondering. It's the only thing that seems to have urgency, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we don't have a legal advisor here.
Something we could look into, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it's
Thank
something we
you.
could look into potentially at this meeting.
Sorry. I don't mean right now, because I know we've got other agendas, but it's something we can take away.
Yep. So Barry Potter and Paul Marriott Lloyd are following up in general from Dr. Barton's presentation. So we will then look to find out from our legal team if there was any possibility to stop that. But once again, this is not something this committee could decide. So we would have to then look how that would happen. So thank you.
Thanks for that. That is a significant indication that we could take back to the site and to the family that now owns that land.
Not promising, we just
No
need to know if
promises,
it's possible.
But looking into it, you know, with a desire to save the trees, in fact, and to find a solution.
So I wouldn't want to give false premise that
Sure.
could happen, but we will get the advice, and somehow we have your details now and Dr. Barton's, and if there is something that we can find out today or tomorrow, we will send you that information. So thank you. Councillor Coon, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Tēnā kouroa. Thank you for coming along. I appreciate you're not here acting for the seller of the site, but thank you for sharing your family history and the Avondale residents' relationship with the site. I just wondered, in terms of looking at it and the way in which the site has the trees and still quite a lot of open space, do you, in your view, know if it's potentially could still be developed, but with the trees intact, so it could be an attractive site for development without it actually all having to become a reserve? And do you know if there's any discussions with potential purchasers who would look to take it on as a package?
Certainly not aware of any such discussions, but something that Steve mentioned this morning as he was actually up a tree was that the trees around the boundary remain, and that might be a possibility. So that would also be something that would be worth investigating, because there's such value in that sort of tree that you would think a developer with a sensitive intentions would potentially see that as something really that enhanced the site rather than reduced its value.
I can confirm that that discussion has been had with a local urban designer. And she said it's totally possible to develop that site around the trees. It's just developers need to change their mindset of wanting to work with empty sites. It's totally possible, and it would add value to whatever is built there.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you very much, Libya, Sylvia, and we will thank you. And would like to move the public input. Councillor Coombe, my seconder. Councillor Cooper. All those in favour? Aye. Say aye. And those against? One. Thank you very much. There was a declined request. It was Steve Abel, who was out of time when he applied to speak. There were also two, as we've seen, presentations on the site, and also he's currently up a tree. So, but that probably says more words than presenting here today. So thank you very much to those who have spoken in our public input. Now we'll move on to local board input. There is none. Scott, thank you. Cool. Awesome. Okay, thank you very much. There's no extraordinary business. And we are now on to item 8. Thank you to everyone who came to watch. Thank you. We'll just let everyone exit the room who's wanting to leave, and we'll just have our Alec and the team come to present on item 8. Actually, we might just have a toilet, coffee or tea break just for 2 or 3 minutes. That'll be 3 minutes. Thank you. Good enough. Kia ora everyone, thank you for the quick break. So we have Sarah, Matthew, Alec, Johnny and Martin. If you could all just introduce yourselves if you, when you start speaking as well, for those via Skype would be helpful, but we will lead off with the presentation. Te Tāruki Tāwhiri, so exciting, thank you.
Tēnā koe, Richard. Ko te mea tuatahi me whahoki te mihi ki a koe, nau tātou I whakatau I a tātou e tau mai. Nō reira kai te mihi aki ki a koe, o tiraki nā memo o te kaunihira o Tāmaki Makaurau, a mihi mai karanga mai ki a mātou ko tatū mai nei. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Martin Timoni representing Ngāti Whanau, just wanted to thank you for the welcome this morning, Councillor Richard, and to the Council for allowing us to present this morning. Nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Martin Timoni representing Ngāti Whanau, one of the mana whenua of Tāmaki Makaurau.
Tēnā tātou o te committee whakahaere. Juani Freeland, Johnny Freeland, Ngāti Tiata, and here on behalf of the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum alongside Martin. So kia ora.
Kia ora Martin, kia ora Johnny. Thanks everybody. Hopefully you all know me, Alec Tang, Acting Chief Sustainability Officer. Along with Johnny and Martin, I have Matthew to my left, Matthew Blakey, who leads climate mitigation, so emissions reduction for council, and Sarah Anderson, who has been leading the development of the climate plan. And as we say in this slide, and as you've heard already today, many others involved in the development of the plan to date. So I really want to acknowledge everyone and acknowledge the public input that we just had. Just wanted to walk through a few really quick slides. I know we've talked the councillors through this many times. Largely, it's going to be a bit of a recap of the detail we've provided previously, where we've come from, what we're working towards, and then just some high-level slides about what's in the plan, and a bit more about implementation and prioritisation of the work that we've done to inform the next stages of the plan. Just going back, this has been quite an effort. We started almost 2 years ago, or over 2 years ago, with the refresh and review of Low Carbon Auckland, and did a whole bunch of development work in terms of underpinning research and evidence gathering to inform the plan, including reviews of best practice of global city climate plans, undertaken bespoke emissions reduction, emissions modelling, and then did the climate change risk assessment, which was launched back in February. You've all seen the plan in various forms through this development. You've also made a number of resolutions that we've highlighted here on this slide, including most recently, has been mentioned before, and notably that unanimous climate emergency declaration and the endorsement of an interim target of halving Auckland's emissions by 50% by 2030 and taking a precautionary approach to climate change. What this slide also highlights is that we've taken the local boards through this process at various points and engaged both directly through the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum as well with individual iwi at various points through the process, which I know Johnny and Martin will talk to a little bit. You will all have seen as well in the memo that was circulated last week the detail that's gone into this engagement with Māori broadly and Mana Whenua specifically. And over the last couple of weeks, following on a committee workshop that we had, I personally have reached out to all 19 iwi and have had direct conversations with over half of them, which have been really productive and really useful to recap on what we've been up to. The other thing I just wanted to flag on this is the engagement that we've had with the public. So we've had formal and informal input from Aucklanders throughout the process. We've had a formal consultation exercise that was undertaken between July and September last year. We had a crowdsourcing platform, those of you who might remember Climate AKL, which was a new way to try and generate ideas that created some of those actions. We've had subject matter expert workshops with industry, with civil society, with community groups and so on. And as was mentioned previously, we had that 3-day climate symposium which brought a lot of that information together. So a huge amount of work that's gone into the plan to date that's brought us here. A quick recap again of where we're going, and again, you've seen this slide before, but what we're looking at is what is a somewhat tiered approach to climate action, which looks at Te Taraki Tawhiri, the regional plan, which sets the vision, sets the direction, confirms those dual goals of reducing emissions and adapting to climate change, but has that longevity, has the focus on Tāmaki as well. It outlines our key priorities, the actions that will take us to these goals, and it is regional. So similar to the Auckland plan, it recognises that what we need to do to deliver on these goals is a collaborative effort. We need businesses, we need academia, we need all Aucklanders involved, we need government, mana whanua, mātou waka, everybody doing their part. The other thing just to note, it is integrated. So we've looked at emissions reduction and adaptation together because there are benefits from doing so, and there are also real risks if we don't. Within the plan, so the second square along, we have an implementation section that really is updated annually. So recognising that things change, and actually the environment we're living in is rapidly evolving. So new technology, changing perspectives, evolving action, new direction centrally and internationally. So that section is looking at roles and responsibilities, funding, financing, resource requirements. And then beyond the plan. So once we adopt the plan, hopefully today, we look at the implementation. And that sits both in terms of immediate actions, what we can prioritise, what we're already doing, or could easily be started within existing budgets, and then looking forward to that 10-year budget, the long-term plan, 2021, 2031, where we have been doing a whole bunch of work around costing those actions for consideration. That's where we're heading. As I said, our focus today is on the first couple of parts of that in terms of the plan and the implementation section. And with that, I will hand over to Sarah, who will talk about the plan.
So just a quick recap. Obviously, we've spoken to committee a few times about this, but just a quick recap of the structure before I hand over to Johnny and Martin to talk a bit, particularly in the Tāmaki Makaurau response section. So basically, we have Te Taraki Tawhiri, our climate plan. A Tāmaki Makaurau response is our foundation to the plan. It sets out the principles and the values and what needs to underpin the plan overall. Beneath that, we have our two core goals, one of which is reducing our emissions by 50% by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2050, as agreed at last committee, and also preparing for change, which is our adaptation goal, where we take a precautionary approach to planning for change. Beneath those two goals, we set out our 8 priorities, which have action areas within them that will set to deliver those 2 goals. So at this point, I'd like to hand over to Johnny and Martin to talk about a Tāmaki Makaurau response, and particularly the work of the Kaitiaki Forum on Te Ora Tāmaki Makaurau.
Tēnā tātou. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the previous speakers, and especially our rangatahi and our elders and our pakeke that spoke, and what they spoke about was really relevant to the kaupapa of Te Taraki Tawhiri. And talking about those trees in Avondale, my dad went to Avondale College and he turned 80 this year. And some of those trees are his age and a bit older. And the significance is in Tāmaki Makaurau, we have less than 5% of our elders that are 65 years or older. So when we talk about the numbers of mature trees, we think about our elders and our ancestors in terms of who's left to help umbrella us and guide us. So I just really wanted to acknowledge the previous speakers and also the importance of elders. We have a saying when we lose a chief, kua hinga te totara I te Waunui a Tāne, a great totara's fallen in the forest of Tāne. And we can't really say that in Tāmaki we actually have a forest other than in Hinua and Waitakere. So I just wanted to acknowledge those speakers and how relevant those topics are to the kaupapa of climate resilience. And for us as mana whenua, it's representation of our ancestors and our whakapapa of Tāmaki Makaurau. So, so in terms of leading for that, I just wanted to talk about the 2-year process up till now. And I think the engagement and the partnership that Auckland Council has undertaken with mana whenua, Māori community and rangatahi have been unprecedented in the 10 years of Auckland Council. And the numbers speak for that in terms of the number of engagements over 4 key phases. In the previous draft that went out for public consultation last year, around July, August, we had almost 30% of a Māori response through submissions that are unprecedented. That was literally 525 submissions. We created other mechanisms like Facebook and websites, and we partnered with Wātea Radio where they had a number of panel discussions that were live streamed. And so we had almost 3,000 views of Radio Wātea's live streams. We had 7,000 views of our Facebook page and over almost 40,000 views of the Te Taruki a Tāwhiri website. And that's just the Māori space. And so, the work that has been done, and really want to acknowledge the way that the Chief Sustainability Office has partnered with Mana Whenua through the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum. And also want to emphasise that the forum itself is not a representative body of Mana Whenua. The mana and authority sits with individual iwi. And so the conduit of the forum, in order for the 19 Mana Whenua to have a conversation and partner with council in such an important issue, I think the process and things we can always work on, but certainly the substance of the conversation has landed us together where we've been able to hold the pen to the Māori content in the climate plan alongside Alec and his team. Within that, I guess, and acknowledging COVID-19, because that has presented a challenging and an awesome opportunity for us to bring a sharp focus on the state of Māori and Tamaki Makaurau. And for us, in a 200-year context, if you like, climate change is just another issue for our people. And we continue to be resilient, but we continue to live in survival mode. And COVID-19 saw some key lessons where a Māori-led response supported by council was critical. It created an opportunity for our fundamental values around care, support, guardianship, held us together, which has held us together in this location for about 1,000 years. And a lot of wisdom that Mana Whenua in particular can share. And so being able to use Western science alongside Māori science has been quite critical in the way we've landed this climate work. And certainly the targets and measures for us are really important in the sense of creating, if we can reach those targets, it creates breathing space for Papatūānuku to regenerate herself. And one thing we saw in the bubbles, in the rāhui, in the lockdown of COVID-19, is a massive regeneration of nature. And a few weeks out of back into level 1, we've sort of seen the return back to almost the old normal. So a post-COVID environment creates an opportunity for us to, again, reimagine, reframe and reset the system. And in that thinking, we believe water is at the heart of that. Climate resilience is really critical, caring for our most vulnerable people, and a shift to a regenerative economy. And the challenges that councils had to do around landing the budget recently, it's sort of, our prioritisation needs to shift around what's important. And certainly at a family level, we saw what emerged as really important for our people in our bubbles. And so Te Taruki a Tāwhiri is really important in that context. It allows us, if you like, to reframe the priorities of Tamaki Makaurau using a climate resilience lens. We have gifted the name Te Taruki a Tāwhiri. It refers to two things. Te Taruki being a framework in a similar way of a crayfish pot, and it's more about the way the crayfish pot was woven together between Mana Whenua and Council, so the climate plan is a framework. And the other key thing, Te Taruki a Tāwhiri, refers to the struggles of Tāwhiri Mātea, and Tāwhiri is our guardian of climate. And what we're seeing is the struggles of Tāwhiri to the impact of human behaviour. And COVID-19 is just another nudge from Papatūānuku to remind us as humans that we need to recenter and recalibrate back to looking after Papatūānuku. And just acknowledging too, Sunday finished our Matariki phase, our Māori New Year, which was a time to look back, a time to celebrate where we are now, and also a time to look forward. And the fact that this plan is being considered today for final adoption, it all sits in that context of change, reflection, and looking forward. So I guess the other key thing we wanted to touch on is one of those impacts we've seen is the potential increase for climate refugees. For 153 years, we've had to accept a number of refugees into Tamaki Makaurau, displaced Māori after the land wars, Māori in post-World War II coming from the rural areas to Tamaki Makaurau, where today every iwi of New Zealand lives in Tamaki. Our Pacifica relations that have migrated here, and then more recently our refugee people, our communities from going back to Vietnam in the 70s through to Somalia and Syria today. So Tamaki have always welcomed refugees or displaced people. It's really important as we look forward around how we look to welcome awhi, especially a lot of our relations from the Pacific. We share same whakapapa. And so we've got community systems and mechanisms in place that work well in COVID that actually can embrace that next wave, if you like. So those are our key points from my perspective. And anything from?
So thank you, Johnny. And all I'd like to sort of add to that is just picking up on some of the previous speakers talking about how important it is for a collaborative approach for the council, the CCOs, and for our communities to be part of this particular the response to the climate change. So kia kaha rā tātou ki te tutuki pai, taua āhuata, nō reira tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Martin. Kia ora, Johnny. Thank you. Sarah.
Kia ora. So just to walk through, obviously that sets fantastic foundations for a Tamaki Makaurau response. The other parts within that section are around really reiterating this is a regional plan and we need to work together. So it is that roles and responsibilities so we can all take action together across the region. It considers the diverse perspectives of Aucklanders. As Johnny mentioned, we had an unprecedented percentage response from Māori, and also thanks to our youth partners, including Gen Zero, where we had the highest numbers for youth responses as well. So we really did have great perspectives that we've also reflected within this response section. Delivers multiple benefits from climate action. Obviously, the actions that we're putting forward deliver wider social and environmental benefits, cultural benefits, and economic ones as well. And we need to maximise the value of every action that we take. Equity came through really strongly in our consultation response, so we've brought that much further up top and expanded further on that section as to how we need to consider equity in the actions that we take. And we also see it peppered throughout in the actions and sub-actions where we talk about targeting those most impacted. Gives voice to our rangatahi and youth. As you've heard, we've worked closely with rangatahi, and that is why there is a section entirely dedicated written by rangatahi to identify priorities going forward. And recognises our international, national and regional commitments that we've made across the years. So hand over to Matthew.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So as was pointed out earlier, this is an integrated climate plan. It addresses both climate change mitigation in terms of reducing emissions and climate change adaptation. I'm going to briefly highlight some of the key points around climate change mitigation, reducing our emissions. So firstly, our goal is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The goal of 50% by 2030 was voted for by this committee back in March. It was an update to the plan following consultation on the draft climate action framework last year. We received a strong response and a strong theme that we needed bold, rapid action and a strong interim target to reduce emissions by 2030. We've reflected that in the plan, hence the 50% by 2030 target. I just want to cover off 4 key points here. So within the plan, you will see there is a section dedicated to reducing our emissions, so to provide a bit further context around what we've done. The current emissions pathway that has been projected for Auckland suggests that we will increase our emissions by around 19% by 2050 if we do not take additional action to address climate change. That's based on estimated population increases and estimated growth factors across sectors and activities. So clearly our current emissions pathway is not in line with our climate goals. We have looked at our greenhouse gas emissions profile, which many of you will be familiar with by now, to understand where the opportunities to decarbonise lie. So looking at our greenhouse gas emissions profile, and in summary, many of you will know, if not all of us, that transport is our biggest emissions sector. 43% of our emissions are attributable to transport, 30% is attributable to private cars and light commercial vehicles, so nearly a third of our emissions. Stationary energy accounts for over 26% of our emissions, stationary energy being the energy used in residential and commercial buildings, and also manufacturing, with some energy attributable to agriculture as well. Industrial processes and product use account for just over 20% of our emissions profile, with steel production being 15% of our emissions profile, so fairly significant. Waste is around 3% of our emissions profile, largely emissions from landfill gas, with the agricultural sector accounting for around 6.5% of our emissions profile. So one thing to note is that Auckland's emissions profile is very different to New Zealand. New Zealand's emissions profile is around 50% agricultural emissions. We have around 6.5% agricultural emissions, from livestock, that is, and land-based emissions. One thing to also note is that New Zealand's emissions profile is around 20% transport. So by proportion, Auckland's emissions profile, transport accounts for double that of New Zealand on a proportional basis. So we've looked at our emissions profile and looked to understand it in detail. We've then set out to identify a decarbonisation pathway for Auckland to meet our climate goals. So to meet 50% by 2030 and transition towards net zero emissions by 2050. We've used the CURB tool, which is a tool developed by the World Bank in partnership with C40 Cities to do this, and also relied on additional bespoke modelling, and informed by other studies that are taking place. One thing to note is that this is one combination of climate actions to deliver on these goals. There are obviously many. We have looked to identify the decarbonisation pathway that takes into account the opportunities and challenges of decarbonising each sector and activities within that sector. Therefore, each sector does not decarbonise by the same amount. In other words, each sector does not decarbonise by 50%. Certain sectors decarbonise at a greater rate. So, for example, transport and stationary energy decarbonise around 65% by 2030. And certainly other sectors, so industrial processes and product use, decarbonise by just over 20% to reflect the challenges that are inherent in decarbonising industrial processes such as steel production. So the decarbonisation pathway for Auckland models a decarbonisation rate specifically for each sector. One thing to note is that although sectors decarbonise to different extents, the level of climate action for each sector is ambitious. It's bold and it's challenging. There's no denying that, but it reflects the opportunity that each sector has. One thing to also note is that we've modelled at 2050 a 94% reduction in emissions, so clearly that is not net zero. We recognise that additional strategies, additional innovation, perhaps new technologies will be required to hit net zero by 2050. This is common amongst other C40 cities in terms of understanding what will be required as we transition towards 2050. So just to flag that there will be a need for that. We have committed to monitoring our progress every year and also reconsidering our decarbonisation pathway every 3 years to reflect changes, to reflect progress and to reflect possible opportunities. One thing to note is that it's very clear that our decarbonisation pathway needs to peak and then rapidly decline. The longer we leave it, the more rapid that decline and the steeper that decline needs to be in order to hit the 2030 target in particular. Our decarbonisation pathway has been considered in the context of Auckland's carbon budget. I appreciate you've all been discussing budgets at length recently. Just to confirm, this is not a financial budget. This is associated with the cumulative total emissions that Auckland can produce to play its part in meeting the Paris Agreement. We have a carbon budget that has been assigned to us by C40 cities. It's equivalent to approximately 14 times the annual emissions in 2016, recognising that greenhouse gases are cumulative. So the quicker we decline, the more opportunity we'll have to stay within that budget. I won't go into any more detail there, but obviously happy to answer questions later. I will hand over to Sarah now.
So obviously our second goal is around preparing for climate change. I wasn't going to go into detail in this area because much of it is still within the framework and hasn't changed substantially from the framework because it's evidence we'd gathered before that point. So when we talk about Auckland's climate future, that section draws on the NIWA projections that were carried out, that we co-commissioned with the CCOs as well. And those draw down what climate change could look like for the Auckland region down to 5 kilometre squares under a range of emissions scenarios. So it gives us the best science that we have to date. We also undertook a climate change risk assessment technical report series. This was undertaken by our research and evaluation unit, and we were the first region in the country to do that piece of work. And so the climate risk talks about, so the projections talk about what might happen. The climate risks tell us a bit more about what it actually means for us as a region. And this section also talks to our approach for adaptation and the fact that we are focusing on dynamic adaptive policy pathways. And what this essentially means is we plan early and we plan collaboratively, but we make decisions as conditions arise rather than trying to make every decision today with regards to adaptation, recognising that there is uncertainty. And an example of this approach you're going to hear later in the agenda, where we talk about adaptive management to too much water. That is the similar kind of agile approach that we're talking about here. And then obviously we have our 8 priorities. These have all been informed by the emissions modelling, the risk assessment and extensive collaboration and engagement with stakeholders across the region. So we have set out the 8 priorities, and within each of these areas we talk about what is our goal, why is it a priority and how it aligns to our climate goals, indicators to help us track progress, and then what are the actions that we need to deliver against those priorities. We also include roles in delivery, and in the digital format, it enables us to pull together all related actions as well, so that people can look between priorities and manoeuvre between them.
So the final section, just to really fly through, is the implementation section, which, as I had said at the start, will be regularly updated, needs to be regularly updated because of advances in knowledge, changes in context, and lessons learned over time. Within the section that you would have seen, we do have a discussion about post-COVID-19, a number of opportunities, but also the focus on prioritisation. There's an implementation action table, which I'll talk a little bit more about in the next slide, but key here is setting out roles, partnerships, and funding financing options, as well as a set of indicators. So we heard this before in terms of needing to determine how well we're doing, both as the plan overarchingly, but also in terms of each action. In that table, you'll see each of the priorities, the high-level actions, and then a number of sub-actions. So how will we deliver on those various actions, and who is the lead for those sub-actions? We heard earlier, some of those are directly in council's control, or things for a council to lead. There are many that aren't, and we need the partnerships and we need the collaboration of other sectors to deliver. What we do state, though, in terms of the role of council, we have a role in almost every single one of those actions, whether it is to directly control it, to lever it, or to advocate for change. And we'll work with other partners to do this. What we've also tried to do in the implementation table is give a sense of the scale of greenhouse gas emissions reduction, how that aligns to our 2030 and 2050 targets, and also whether or not it contributes to adapting to climate change, addressing those risks. We've also highlighted the benefits, the broader benefits that these actions can deliver, acknowledging that climate action can deliver on a number of different goals around social, economic, and environmental and cultural outcomes. We also set out the indicators and a time frame for action, and also highlight a scale of resource need from low to high.
And as we've spoken about before, the final plan will be a digital plan. So very different to the written document you see in front of you, although the text will be essentially the same. The look and feel will obviously be different in a digital context. Readers will access that information in different ways according to interest, which is why you see different levels laid out in the document that you have in front of you. And we will require further development work to take place around infographics, multimedia, so that's why the document isn't a final designed document, obviously, and looking to launch that plan around October this year. So just to give a very high level, just to reiterate, it will obviously look different, and we've had some initial mock-ups done. I should say the photographs aren't set, all of that will come through in the design. But in a digital setup, it obviously looks more like this. This is what the homepage will look like, having the welcome, having that Tamaki Makaurau response, which will stand out from the other two goals, and then the priorities, so that people would click through to the more detailed information. So that was just to give a bit of a visual so you can have a better feel of what the plan will look like.
So just a final couple of slides. Obviously, as Sarah said, if we adopt today, then the plan text will be digitised for that plan. The structure of that site needs to be built as well. Hand in hand with this, and hence bringing this to you now, we've been working on costed actions for our contribution to delivering on this plan. And we need the direction from the plan in order to inform that LTP conversation. So we'll continue work. There is a whole bunch of stuff that I highlighted earlier, activity that's underway, that's part of BAU that will continue. There will be other stuff that we can get on with, and activity that is funded through that emergency budget, acknowledging that there are a number of projects and programs there. And then working with partners, and I think that's the critical part we've heard before, and there are a number of people involved in delivering on this plan. I just wanted to flag one last slide, which you've seen before, but which reiterates this iterative approach that we need to take to implementing climate action. We've had the emergency budget. We will have a number of LTP review cycles between now and 2030 and beyond to 2050, and that's the point where we review, we plan, we do, and we keep on evolving our response based on what's happening. That's all we had to say, and we'll table questions.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much. I've got questions coming in. My first question just is, and we had the two speakers earlier around, maybe it's a question for Matthew, on how we are measuring our emissions, how we measure reduction, and what targets are we putting in place. I guess for ourselves it is a bit more difficult with Auckland as a whole, but I guess if you could just reiterate our plans for that.
So just to confirm our plans as a council, as Auckland Council, we have a target of 50% reduction in emissions by 2030. In terms of our corporate emissions, that's across Auckland Council and CCOs. We are addressing that through the ongoing long-term plan preparation. So in terms of understanding what is base case, what we can progress outside of the long-term plan, and then what we can put forward for consideration for long-term plan 10-year budget funding. We are looking to understand where we are tracking and what additional investment and activity is required to hit that target. So that's something that's underway and a core focus of the work in that area.
And so we say, for instance, we put our the car fleet and the boilers themselves were 20% of our overall emissions for the council family. How are we measuring that, just to give people confidence that we're measuring our overall, and then there will be...
Yeah, just to note, we have an annual greenhouse gas inventory that we've been collecting for a number of years now, and that's independently verified. So we report on that internally. What we're actually looking to do now through our annual report disclosures, and you'll recall that in the most recent interim results, we started to disclose on climate-related financial risks. That inventory will then hopefully be part of those disclosures, so you can see Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, what is the inventory, and then to Matthew's point, what is our reduction approach. And just to note that TCFD, that Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, what we're looking to do in the annual report is to include disclosures from each of the CCOs as well.
So that's great work. So just wanted to confirm for those watching or listening that we are going to be quite transparent around our own emissions and targets, and if we're going up or down, and then how to address that too. Thank you. We have the first question from Councillor Casey.
Thanks, Richard. First of all, just to welcome Puki Tapapa Local Board Chair Julie Ferry and new board member John Turner, ardent environmentalist, and they're both here today to witness this significant milestone. And also congratulations to the Puki Tapapa Local Board for its own carbon action plan from way back 2018. My questions relate to that. I know this is the Auckland plan, but I'm interested in the Auckland Council family and their involvement in it. So 2 questions. One relates to local boards. If in October, when we pass this today and we have our digital plan, if I start at the top, do I eventually get to Puki Tapapa's local board action, climate action plan, low carbon plan? If I step through it, will it be there at the end? I'll give you the other question too. How has the involvement of all local boards been? Any holdouts? And I want to ask that of the CCOs as well, because that's come up a few times today. So any holdouts, who's doing good, who could do better? Thank you.
If I tackle it, and then Sarah might want to jump in the local board. So in terms of how the digital plan is structured, one of the things that we did here through consultation, whilst a lot of the things we said in the plan are very strategic and kind of systems level, we did hear from people going, well, what can I do? And so that's a big focus of the kind of reshape, the rejig, and then actually getting to that local board plan. I don't know particularly, but I think that would be a great idea to make that link if it isn't there already. So I think we can take that away. In terms of engagement, look, we went round to all local boards a number of times, and generally the conversation has been quite positive, sometimes surprisingly positive, but it was been really good. I think there's a general sense from all members that this is really an issue of interest to their communities. Now, how we deal with it, how we resolve it is very different depending on different local boards, different communities, different sectors. And that's something that we've noted in the plan, that we can't have one approach to all communities. And so we need that local view. And just to go on to CCOs, look, the CCOs have all been part of the development of this plan through their sustainability managers, through other advisors as well. They are working with us on the LTP budgets in terms of, what is the scale of reduction that we could see with each of the CCOs. They each have their own challenges, and we're cognizant of that. I think we need to work through it. I think if I reflect on this, and I think I mentioned before, this plan will not succeed if people don't change the way they operate. Organisationally, personally, and this will require quite significant change from us as council, from CCOs in terms of what the priorities are and the direction that we give in terms of where they need to focus. So there's been support. We've acknowledged that there are different challenges, different things that come in the way, but I feel like there is an understanding that this is a really important issue for Aucklanders that we need to get behind. I don't know if you wanted to add something.
I can just add a little on the local boards. So when we very first kicked off this process, we went to all 21 local boards and talked to them about climate change openly. What are people already seeing and what are the key issues? And we captured all of that together, and we can share that report. And a lot of those issues that came through from local boards directly informed the actions that we're taking forward into the plan as well. We went back again around the framework, and we went back again recently with regards to the proposed changes. And what was really fantastic is that despite COVID, local boards still provided resolutions to us and still gave feedback, but they supported the changes and also gave quite a lot of broader feedback, which again we've taken forward into the plan as well. It's been very engaging.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. Deputy Chair, Pipicombe.
Oh, kia ora, Mr Chair. Tēnā koutou, Martin, Johnny, tēnā kurua. Thank you for the presentation and getting us to this point. I think you sat in on the, this is probably a question for you, Alec, the questions that we had from Generation Zero from Olivia, who presented, and I think it picks up on what the Chair also mentioned and tied into that. But the specific questions I heard was about how do we embed that responsibility across council and the CCOs? And I just wondered if you could respond to that. And also the other question around the funding. And I know that was, we've also touched on that too through the LTP. But if you just could perhaps respond to those questions that you heard in the presentation. Thank you.
I think, and just to, I think this was something that Councillor Casey I neglected to add. What we've seen, and I think Grant raised it, was through the statements of intent, the letters of expectation, there was a request, I think, from the Mayor's letter asking for what people are doing, what CCOs are doing on climate change, and you know, the responses that I've seen are good. I mean, it's not like people haven't put things in. I mean, if I put my hat on, I'd say I'd like to see more. I'd like to see these CCOs go further. And, you know, words are great, but it's actually how you then make decisions and how does that funnel through. I know that CCOs are slightly different with their boards, but I've also looked to try and engage with the boards as well, because I think that's where you're going to see a lot of action come through in reality, where you've got strong chairs of those boards actually pushing through some of the decisions. So I think letters of expectation, statements of intent are good. It will be when we kind of go to the LTP, so that side of things where various projects will be put forward, and we'll need to put a strong scrutiny on whether they are actually taking us towards our climate targets or taking them further away. In terms of budgeting, look, we recognise the difficult financial environment that there's been. Matthew's raised that climate change doesn't go away because we don't have funds. Any decision that we make that keeps us on the same trajectory makes it even more hard, even more difficult to reduce in the future. So I think we've got to bear that in mind, particularly for that LTP, and that's where we focused our efforts in terms of saying, well, if we are going to hit 50% by 2030, then these are the things that we need to do as council. We also need to look to the private sector and to other actors as well, because there is capital out there. And we've been involved as council in the Aotearoa Circle, which I've mentioned before, in terms of identifying alternative funding and financing mechanisms, how we can blend finance together to deliver on these goals, because there are a whole bunch of other parties that have roles to play in the built environment, in the natural environment as well. So I know it's kind of, yeah, there's a lot there, but I think fundamentally it's about how do we actually drive the action coming out of this plan.
Just a supplementary, just to clarify further, because the specific question was around how's the funding going to be weighted to sufficiently ensure the targets are met. So just to clarify that you're saying that that is the process that we will work through in the LTP. It's not just about funding everything, it's about also looking at where we can get most bang for buck, so to speak.
So yeah, and again, I suppose going into the LTP phase, we've been doing a lot of work in terms of impact assessments. So here are programs of activity, what's the actual emissions benefit, does it address climate risk, and what are the other kind of environmental, social, cultural benefits that might result. The plan is that we'll pull that together into a package and obviously bring that to councillors for decisions. But yeah, that's the assessment that we've gone through or we're going through right now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Walker.
Got a few questions. The first one goes to the graph that's on page 58 of our agenda, or 41 of the report, and it shows Auckland's annual gross emissions. There's a dotted provisional line there. I'm assuming that the provisional line is the line that's closest to reality.
So through the chair, just to confirm. So 2016 is currently the latest annual emissions inventory we have. We are certain of that. What we have then done to generate that provisional, the provisional estimates for 2017, 18, and 19 is take the 2016 inventory as a baseline and then look at the information, the data that we have that is complete, and develop a provisional inventory based on that. So, for example, we have data relating to transport emissions for 2017, 2018, 2019. We have data relating to other sectors, but we don't have certain sectors, so therefore we're applying the same baseline as 2016, where we have gaps in data. The reason we've done that was following a comment that was made at this committee previously that 2016 is 4 years ago. We recognise that. So we've done our best to bring together data with as much confidence as we can to identify what 2017, 2018, 2019 look like. We have a high level of confidence that 2017 is the dotted line is about right, because the sectors that generate most of our emissions we have data for.
So essentially what we've got is a provisional line that shows gross emissions are going up, which is of real concern. effectively that means that the curve or the line that we have to take to actually meet our targets becomes ever more difficult. So I just want to get clarity around that. The other question I've got, though, goes to page 49 or page 32 of the report, where it mentions our current emissions pathway references carbon sequestration from forestry. But then later in the report on page, I think 153, it mentions that we're not measuring that. So I just wonder how we can come up with something when we're not measuring it.
So, through the chair, we do measure carbon sequestration within our annual greenhouse gas inventory for the region. We follow the Global Protocol for Community Scale Greenhouse Gas Emissions. It's a standardised methodology for measuring city scale emissions. We measure carbon sequestration in terms of forestry. And there are certain criteria to measure that forestry. So certain criteria in terms of the area of the forest and in terms of the minimum width of the forest. But that's to say that's only some of the overall carbon sequestration in the region. We don't recognise in our inventory sequestration from the urban Ngāhere, for example, because it doesn't meet that criteria. We don't recognise sequestration, soil sequestration, for example, and other forms. So that may be where that mixed messaging is, and we can certainly look to address that to confirm and make sure there's no confusion. The point that I think is being made is that we don't currently understand and measure all of the sequestration in the region, and there may well be opportunities to enhance that through greater understanding and practices.
The other question I've got just goes to the back, where you mention roles and partnerships and so on. And I had a number of issues I raised the last time you presented around the absence of a number of things. For example, the Global Covenant of Mayors is not there, and we signed up to that. Len Brown signed up to that. There are also organisations like ICLEI that we have been a signatory to, and we actually haven't made a formal decision as a council to relinquish that, and it's a political decision. So I have a concern that in the partnerships and the international section, there's a lot more that we could put there. For example, there are Oceania programs, there's the Talanoa discussions that involve Fiji and Pacific islands. There are a whole bundle of things that should really inform our position. And in particular, one of the things that continues to be absent is our advocacy position. And what is important there, through you, Deputy Chair, is the increasing recognition that it is cities that have a role at the Conference of the Parties, for example, the COP talks and the like, and organisations like ICLEI in particular have played a role there. I certainly attended on more than one occasion, and that's now absent. And the other thing that is also not being covered off is our membership also of organisations, I'm assuming, like the Sustainable Business Council, the Green Business Council and the like, our engagement with other cities in New Zealand and our role there. So I'm just asking again, as I asked last time, can we actually fill this out so it's more comprehensive? Many of those organisations and partnerships are things that don't just exist for council, they exist for businesses, they can exist for communities and local boards, they exist for our relationship with other cities and especially advocacy. So I just invite a response around that. The same question that I asked last time, can we have this information here? Because as it stands, it's absent, or it's woefully insufficient.
So through the chair, and yes, we have taken your comments on board in terms of trying to re-emphasise at a high level the role of cities, which you raised before in terms of leading and engaging in that dialogue, obviously recognising from a C40 perspective how much cities actually play in terms of emissions generation. In terms of specific details of organisations that we are or have been involved in, we haven't necessarily put it in here, partly because things change, things evolve, and we're trying to have an element of longevity around it. However, as we go to the digital side in a similar way that we can link through to local board plans, the most relevant organisations that we're part of, then there's nothing to stop us having that within the plan as it becomes a digital form.
The other question I've got just goes to page 59, and that mentions water. It doesn't mention the fact that we don't have a water strategy. There is no mention of water conservation and the embodied energy and carbon in water, which is hugely significant, and the huge savings that Auckland can make by reducing consumption of water and also wastewater, and the lead role that Auckland plays, because our strategies are then able to direct the CCOs.
So just a high level, I think we're conscious there is a water strategy under development. There is work going on there. What we have put in the plan is really that focus on alternative water supply options through that built environment priority, through the communities and coast side of things, and obviously individual habits cover there. But I think from our perspective, yes, climate, water are intrinsically interlinked. There is work ongoing to try and establish that strategy.
So, just through you, Mr. Chair, can we bolster that area? Because if there's one thing that's very topical right now that Aucklanders are familiar with, it's water, and I would suggest the need to conserve water. It also fits with Māori principles, iwi principles and the like. And if there's one thing we could be doing seriously right now, it's that, and it's not well covered. So I'm just making the request, Mr. Chair, if we could be a little bit more substantial there. And then the final question I've got, if I just go to the section that covers off towards the end around the current directions and frequency of reporting, for example. In many instances, under current direction, we've got either unknown or we're actually not monitoring. And these are, in many instances, very, very significant areas. So we're actually not monitoring. If we don't monitor, we actually can't manage, we can't meet goals. And so my question goes to a budgetary one. Are you going to be putting up through the LTP the resource requirements that we actually need to do this stuff seriously? And some of those numbers might be big. And again, Mr. Chair, I go back to the plea I make that we take a scenario-based approach to our LTP that will enable us to put some of these figures down. Because if we don't do that, we basically have an LTP where everything is constrained already by a budget and people don't even have a choice. So could we have that, Alec?
So through the chair, the way that we're thinking about it is obviously have a number of options. The best case in terms of what's our best foot forward, through to continuing as we do with no further investment, with a number of options in the middle. Obviously, we'll bring that to committee and through this committee and obviously through finance and performance. But that is our intention, to make sure that we have a best foot forward. This is what we would need to do as an option.
Yes, and to back that up, Councillor Walker, we have been meeting for feels like years, but the last, definitely, throughout this year and even the end of last year, Tanya Stocks and now Lucy will take over that work from Tanya now she has left, and working with the team. There is a long list of very important goals and plans, budgets, ideas that will be going into the 10-year budget mix. And, thankfully this work has been going on so long that it's actually, I feel, going to be pretty exciting when we start getting very obvious moves through our 10-year budget that will make a big difference for climate. On top of the many things that have already been going on within the Council and CCOs already. So thank you for your questions, Councillor Walker, and your continued passion in this area. And Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've asked this before, but it's pretty important for council's future operations, and actually goes for local boards as well as council, ward council. We've heard from Canal Road this morning a conflict between economic reality and the environmental and climate change needs, and I've often talked about how people need to be paid, and so we have to assess things for economic reasons, but we need to start looking at assessing things in detail for climate change and environmental reasons as well when we're assessing a project. And the example that I always use is buses to Piha, which I think are a fantastic idea. We've got an area where major tourist attraction locally and internationally, and you have to drive. Now, looking at any given bus, I guarantee you we would struggle to get more than half full on that bus because not a lot of people live out there. But you need to be assessing, when you take X amount of vehicles off the road, that may have an economic impact, but it's got a huge environmental and climate change impact. So my question is, do we have the capability in the future to submit projects, not just for how much it's going to cost, but for its carbon assessment?
So two things. In what spare time we've had, so a member of the team, Jasmine, who's sitting behind us, has been working on, you'll recall as part of that climate emergency declaration, there's a climate impact statement requirement. We've been working on increasing the capability and the tools available to do that. Obviously, recognising not everyone in the organisation is an expert in climate change, we do need to increase that capability, both in terms of what are the emissions benefits, but also what are the impacts of climate change through the life of that decision. So there's a programme of both training, but then also tools. And I think part of that was in the emergency budget climate package. So that's one thing. The other thing, just to your initial points, and hopefully Perrin's still behind us, one of the actions in here is about economic shift. And how do we move to a more regenerative, distributive economy? And what does that look like for Auckland? So in that economy section, and that is critical because if we don't change the way that we assess projects, where we look at investment, then we're not going to achieve any of these goals. So I guess, yes, both of those areas are in here. I suppose the question is about accelerating that uptake.
That's wonderful. And just kind of a supplemental point that, yeah, not just ward councillors, but also local boards, particularly active ones like Puketapapa, for example. Yeah, they can say, look, we've got an idea for a project. We want to know how much it costs physically, but also how much it's going to cost environmentally. So the report thing is great because it looks backwards. Looking forwards is the next step.
Apologies, Sarah's just, did you want to...
I was just going to briefly interject there as well. So obviously we're aware those climate impact statements, like you say, they're looking backwards. They're coming almost at the end of the process. So we're looking at embedding that approach actually in the business case stage as well. So what are those key points across decision making right from the very inception of projects, and how do we make sure that's reflected so people don't come to do the report as hindsight, it's being built in. The other thing probably to be aware of is obviously we have the climate lane part of LTP, but we're also looking at a climate lens that we apply across all of those projects that go through LTP as well. So we're looking at embedding there as well and considering.
Thank you. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'm going to go straight away for my first question. Page 31, read about Council's partnership approach with mana whenua. And I suppose this fills on from Member Wilson's kōrero about speaking to mana whenua as well as the Kaitiaki Forum. And I suppose I'll just add some context to that. And I suppose it's the right of every iwi and hapu to be engaged in the way they wish to be engaged. So I just want to kind of understand that, and that's my first question. Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Wilcox. So yeah, as we try to highlight through the development phase of the project, of the plan, we've obviously engaged with the Kaitiaki Forum, but we've also reached out to each of the different chairs of the various iwi. And right at the start, I think, was actually quite an open invitation to see who was interested in this piece of work and who would like to participate. So I think about 3 or 4 times through the process, we've engaged specific with mana whenua as well as through the forum. Most recently, as I noted earlier in response to Member Wilson's comments, I personally reached out to every single iwi chair, have spoken directly to about half of those, and not just about the plan, but about how we work going forward. So how we look at the LTP, how we look at localisation. So I think Johnny mentioned, you know, there's a regional piece, but there's also very local aspects. So yesterday I was down in Clevedon talking to Ngaitai, really interested in the work that is possible with Umapuia, coastal inundation and so on. They mentioned Deputy Chair Coombe coming out and very appreciative of that. Similarly, talking to Ngāti Tiata about some of the principles that they would like to see come through. So it's ongoing, and I think that's hopefully what we're trying to say here. It's been a good foundation. Hopefully it's been a good foundation, but we want to continue that discussion, that dialogue going forward.
So my question is, our statement, you know, about to try and do actions that are equal and fair. I don't think we can ever be equal and fair. I mean, that's utopia. The reality is that some things aren't going to be equal or fair. That's life. And I suppose the other question I have about that is, like, you know, we mentioned the steel mill, but without steel we don't have buildings. And to say, well, we shut the steel mill down and we make the steel mill uneconomic, then we go and buy steel from China. We're only transferring those carbon credits to somewhere else. So those carbon emissions to somewhere else. We're actually not achieving anything in a global scheme. So I suppose I just want to understand that kaupapa. Thank you.
And I guess, and appreciate, there is, you know, as we said, we've tried to put a focus on equity. There is still a lot to do in the equity sense. And I think I've flagged this before. From our perspective, it's not, the first thing is to understand what the equity issues are. And what we've noted is that in delivering certain actions, say, for example, electric vehicles, it's great at reducing emissions, but there are equity issues. So we need to find ways of addressing those. And that might not specifically be through the electric vehicle action, but it might be about how you support communities in a different way. And so in recognising these different links, and hence it's really good to kind of take a more holistic Te Ao Māori view about what are the interlinkages, what are the different ways that this issue gets affected by a whole bunch of other things. In terms of the steel mill, look, we went down to Glenbrook to find out what they were looking to do, and totally appreciate your comment. And I don't think any of us are in that mode of saying, look, easy 15% when our emissions is to close the steel mill, because of that point about embodied emissions around steel and construction. And actually, to solve that problem, we need to look at the building sector, and we need to think about, well, how do we reduce steel use in the building sector before we even go down that route? So this is the complexity that we're trying to deal with, both in terms of how you reduce those emissions, but how you try and address those inequity either directly in that action or through other interventions.
Question? Yeah, so it's a question and a comment, and I suppose the comment is really, we already are adapting. I mean, if people don't think the $240 million that was spent for water care to get water, part of that was adaptation to what's actually happening right now. And the billions of dollars that have gone on transport, if that hasn't been part of a climate change process, what we're doing is actually putting it on steroids. And, you know, by 2050, and I saw the thing up there, 2020 or 2120, I mean, I'd love to be around then, but I don't know if I'd be, it might be just the head like the Simpsons by then. But here we go. But I think, you know, in the end, it's up to us to sell it to Aucklanders. In the end, it's a personal decision that will drive the plan, and the personal decisions that we make. And so, you know, we should not be using this plan, as it often happens with plans, as a blockage, but as an enabler for people to go forward. Unfortunately, a lot of council plans end up being blockages, but actually we want to enable this plan to be an enabler, so that we create a sustainable region for the future. So I suppose that's where I'm coming from there, and that ensuring that occurs.
Just to say, yes, that's exactly what we want to use it for. And the comment about engaging Aucklanders, so I think, again, in the emergency budget, that was recognised as this conversation needs to happen. This hopefully gives direction, not just to Aucklanders individually, but businesses, civil society and so on. These are the areas we need to focus on. These are the actions we need to do. But, you know, you're right, a lot of it is about choice and change. And so we need to build Aucklanders up, because that LTP discussion is not going to be an easy one, and we need to make sure that Aucklanders are all fully armed with the implications of action as well as inaction if we don't do this. So I just, support what you're saying.
E mihi ana kia kōrua e haro mai ana kawe mai te kōrua a ngā whānau e noho nei, mea koutou katoa kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you, Member Wilcox. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thanks, Chair Richard, and thanks, Alec, for the work you've done here. I'd just like a sense of truth here. So we've just lived through lockdown where the lights went out in industry, remote learning was taking place at schools and universities, people were working from home, everyone was working from home, still 30% apparently still are. Did you measure the drop in our trajectory for carbon then? And if so, does that's what required to hit our targets?
So, through the chair, as you pointed out, clearly lockdown had a significant impact on our emissions. We could see through observation that our roads were at a standstill in terms of no traffic, but importantly also manufacturing shut down in the large, steel making also. So a significant drop in our emissions over that 6-week period. What we're seeing is levels returning to perhaps what they were before lockdown, perhaps slightly less, but the anticipation is around the same. So we could discuss whether it's a V-shaped bounce back, have we dropped and are we coming back? But I think your question, if I'm not mistaken, is that what climate action will look like in terms of the scale of change?
And that degree of change, is that an idea of what would actually, did that trajectory, that change deliver that trajectory? I'm not saying that's the trajectory we want to follow, or the level of change we want to follow, but that drop off of economic activity, the drop off and all of those things, did that actually create the result that you're looking for in that carbon emission?
I don't believe it did create the result we're looking for, and the reason I say that is because the means in which we got to a decrease in emissions was very different. So we need to look at transport, certainly, but not stopping transport. We need to look at decarbonising transport. We need to look at continuing activities through low carbon, zero carbon energy. But in terms of, so the means of which we get there is very different. In terms of the scale of reduction that's required, certainly that is the trajectory that we'd be looking for in terms of.
But that's the answer to the question I want. So that scale drop off, now it's better, how do we actually get there without losing our economy? And that's the secret part about it. But that's the degree of change you're looking for. So it's massively significant.
Yeah.
It's also do you want to just maybe talk a little bit, Matthew, about the fact that you had an almost immediate effect on air quality, but that because of that carbon hangs around, we won't necessarily see any change in our carbon in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So that's a very good point. So certainly the monitoring of our air quality showed a marked improvement in terms of particulate matter and other gases that caused by traffic pollution, for example. Greenhouse gases are cumulative. We add to the total. We don't suddenly, they don't disperse in the same way that particulate matter does. So it's a very different scenario to what we experience in terms of air quality. I think that is important to note, certainly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Alec and team, thank you very much. Document's 200 pages long, so I imagine there's not too many of our community that will be reading it from cover to cover. But you have produced for me something I asked for, which sets out in this A3 the 8 priority areas, and then what's council doing, what more do we need to do as council, what do we need the government to do, what do we need individuals to do, and what do we want business to do. And I think it's really, really helpful. I just wanted to check, has that gone to everybody around the table?
Not yet, no.
I think it's a great document. Could I encourage you to send that out? Because, I think what we're looking at now, you've done a whole lot of the homework, but we need to be able to communicate out to our public, and it needs to be something that involves everybody. So, what do we as Aucklanders do? How do you live lightly? You know, what are the suggestions that we make to individual Aucklanders about what they could be doing? Because often as an individual you feel pretty powerless, it's all happening, what can I do, what difference can I make? And there are a whole lot of things, and likewise to business, and the council section's pretty helpful because it just reminds us of what we're doing and then tells us what the next step is and what we need to do. And that's kind of a preliminary to costing it and LTP, etc. But there's a whole lot of stuff in here that we are doing and can do that might not involve massive sums of money. So my question is, apart from, please circulate this to everyone, we need to actually, we've got to figure out our communication strategy, and mostly you use plain English. Every now and again I come across a section where I feel I need a thesaurus or something to work out what you're saying. But we need to get something out there that is reasonably, I know it's a complex area, but reasonably straightforward, simple, clear and precise. And I'd really encourage, I know we'll do it digitally, but there are a whole lot of people out there that want to see something that they can sit down and in 10 minutes get a sense of what we're doing, what they need to do, what we expect of business. So can you tell us a little bit about your plans for, okay, not just producing 200 pages digitally, I know that's easy, but I want to know how we're going to actually get stuff that we can get into our schools, into our communities, out to individuals, to households, etc.
Yeah, look, appreciate the comments, Meg Off, and great that you found the document useful. So the work that's going on with our kind of comms team is very much around that. And I think if I'm going to say, if anyone had solved the comms picture around climate change, we wouldn't be in this problem now, because the issue that you're talking about isn't just one that council faces, it's one that we're facing around New Zealand and around the world. So we're working with the comms team to try and articulate, well, actually, what is the message? What are we trying to ask for? I think, and it's always, that focus helps. So the direction you gave us to kind of try and bed down into that table has been really useful, and I think that's been helpful for our comms team in terms of actually understanding what are the things we're trying to ask for. The other bit is, how do we ask that? What are the mechanisms, what are the forums? So what I've started to do, now that we're hopefully in a position where we have the nuts and bolts of this plan, is to go out to our various partners, the likes of the Sustainable Business Network, Sustainable Business Council, Green Building Council, and so on, try and say, well, okay, this is what we see as the region. What are the channels? What are the different mechanisms that you need to engage? How do we embed that message? Obviously, we have the Live Lightly program as a way to focus in on communities. I think some of the messaging that's in that plan, hopefully, that work can hopefully be informed by the focus that we're saying here. So I guess just the final thing is I think in the emergency budget or the proposals, there was that focus on the communications campaign, and that's the thinking that we need to do. So we've got the content, I suppose. I'm hoping that we've got the content. The team there are helping with the simplification, because I recognise that we kind of sit probably in a probably overly complex level. But how do we get that down? And actually, I'd call that out to all the people around this table. And I know I've had various discussions about how we communicate to the south is very different to the west and to the north and so on. So that's the work that we have to do over the next, I think, 3 to 4 months prior to that LTP discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I just add one other comment to it. The only suggestion I'd add to this is most people now do accept that climate change is real, but there isn't the sense of emergency that we passed in our resolution or that surrounded our budget. So I think we need something on the why, and there's some dramatic stuff coming through. And, you're asking people to change their lives, and you're asking them to pay for things that need to be done fundamentally differently. We've got to create that sense of urgency and give them the information of the why. And the one other column that actually we need for our own sake is not just what is council doing, what we need to do as council, but a progress update so that we can actually see how far we're moving forward. And I think that that's a vital section. But congratulations on that. I think it's good. Please circulate it to everybody. And, then we've got to go out and we've got to communicate. And the schools will be, look, what makes me really hopeful is that I know the schools are actually doing so much there. So you ask a 10-year-old about climate change, they'll tell you more than a 60-year-old will.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Alec, the whole team. Mana whenua a bit involved. This is a phenomenal day, really. But this is just the beginning. This is really comprehensive. I think it's taken us 2 years to get here. And I look back, this city's been in existence, the new structure, for 10 years. And if you fast forward that same period, 10 years, we've got to hit some really, they're not ambitious, they're necessary targets. They are necessary targets. Ambitious almost excuses them if you miss them. We can't miss this, right? We can't miss this. So I think about, Chair, that the City Rail Link took 94 years to achieve. This plan took 2 years. If I look at our acknowledgement of Māori, it's taken us 10 years to really get up to pace. It's taken us probably 8 to 10 years to recognise the importance of urban design. And I look at our own organisation and I think, and this is where my question is, because I look at this document and I cannot fault it now, Alec. I think you've landed something that gives us a very solid platform to launch from. But I am probably critical of our ability, of this organisation, of Auckland Council, which at times has so much clay and lead in it. And it's about, I guess my question is about the culture. How do you shift the culture of this organisation? So that's not reflected in the plan. It's about people. It's about people being glued to what's familiar and what they like and their inability to maybe really shunt forward. So how do you audit that? How do you create a massive shift in the systems to take off? Because we can't afford a slow takeoff. This has to be a launch. So how do you change the culture of Auckland Council? Sorry. How do we change the culture of Auckland Council?
So, geez, that's a big question. Look, look, we don't have a lot of time, and you're right in terms of, as an organisation, and I say this for not just Auckland Council, but councils generally, quite conservative, very rules orientated. You've heard a little bit about the work that we're trying to push through in terms of the existing systems, so those business cases and so on. I genuinely believe that the people are really enthusiastic. There are some really great people in this organisation who want to make change. And I think your analogy of clay is probably the right one. I don't want to say too much, but that will mean that I'm not here. But we've got a new CEO coming in. And there's an opportunity there to set that direction about what is really important and how do we drive that through the organisation from top to bottom. I think we need to make the most of that. And I think that, yes, we address the processes, but to your point, let's make sure those ideas bubble up to the top. And that actually we're doing some really great stuff. So from my lens, the work outside of council that I've done previously, the big thing about change in an organisation is a purpose-led organisation and a really strong purpose. And council should have the strongest purpose in terms of delivering a great city. And once you can clarify that purpose and get everyone behind that purpose, then the organisation shifts as well. So I think we have an opportunity in the plan in terms of what it sets out. We have an opportunity organisationally in terms of, reflecting post-COVID. What are the things that we need to do? We have new leadership coming in. So I think those are real opportunities, but we have to seize them. To your point, we don't have time to kind of think for the next 5 years about how we might implement this plan.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, you've had quite a number of questions. Could you just try and keep it tight so we can... So there's still another question from Councillor. Sorry, yep, you're on the first on the speaking list then. Councillor Simpson, question.
Oh, look, thank you, and congratulations on the work that you've done. It's great to see. Look, my question is around transport. It's kind of the worst of everything, isn't it? And my problem is financially, an electric bus is hugely expensive and far greater than a horrible, smelly diesel bus. But for some areas, don't even have a bus. It's kind of better than, you know, what's the best option? So my question to you is, that's going to be a real challenge for council. And when you look around the world at other countries that have made larger steps to, as far as climate goes, really, they've sort of, I won't say been ahead of us, because I think every country in the world's trying to sort of catch up. Is there any way that, you know, how long does it take them to get that bus electrification embedded in their city because of cost? Do you have any idea around that? Because that's really bothering me, Mr. Chair. It is. They're very, very expensive, and yet we want to try and do the right thing, but we don't have any buses somewhere.
Just hurriedly looking for Ryan, who leads on climate and transport, just in case he can provide some colour to that.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair. Look, it's not easy and it takes time. In terms of replacing a bus fleet, there's a number of different ways through which this would be facilitated, and it is a period of time that this occurs. So at the moment, our roadmap via the AT endorsed, board endorsed, bus roadmap looks at 2025 onwards. From the perspective of cost, there's of course the upfront capital cost. The other variable, of course, is OPEX and operational costs. So over the time, the potential for reduced OPEX through the use of electricity as opposed to diesel as a fuel. And over time as well, we would see improvements, or certainly a high expectation of improvement in technology in terms of battery technology and vehicle technology, bringing the capital cost of vehicle purchase down. So it is a matter of timing. In terms of information that I've seen overseas, this could certainly be supplemented by Auckland Transport, who are looking into this in a lot of detail. But certainly from what I've seen overseas, there is a lot of central government support for programs where there has been a lot of onus on electrification generally, not just for buses, but for fleet generally speaking. And I'll certainly point to some points that other members have made, councillors have made today, around that need for broader support. So it's not just about council and council making decisions around what we want to fund, but it's also a significant amount of support from central government to progress some of these programs, electrification of fleet being one of them.
I think that's where I was heading, and you've headed in the same direction, so thank you.
Right, in my discussions with AT, that there's apparently a 60% decrease ballpark on operational cost over time. So obviously the capital up front is a lot more, but you know, is that the sort of numbers you've been looking at too, that when you electrify those buses, the running costs are 60% lower?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't give you an exact figure, but there's certainly there's that delta. And as I mentioned, we certainly anticipate that delta improving over time. So in other words, the operational benefits being there, but that capital, so that upfront cost also reducing towards being more in line with the existing purchase price around diesel vehicles.
Thank you. Last, I think, but not least, Councillor Newman, you're Skyping in. Got a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't know if you can hear me, but I have a go.
Yes,
look,
we can.
Councillor Simpson kind of touched on it in terms of what she said, but I'd like to ask the staff in adopting the plan to help me out here. For those of us who represent outer suburban wards where bus services don't exist, we've got tens of thousands of residents who are making decisions around transport that are not based on choice. In fact, they're based on lack of choice. So I guess really, in an environment where we are horribly constrained by the budget in a post-COVID-19 world, but actually we were constrained beforehand given the lack of funding for new contracted services. How do we actually provide greater choice to those people who currently don't have the option of an easy switch in transport mode from private motor vehicle to public transport.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Through the chair, look, the broad perspective here is that what we're really talking about is a systems approach. So recognising that there are differences in terms of choice across the region, there is no one size fits all in terms of a response here. So from the perspective of systems change, in part we are talking about how we make decisions around supplying transport, and that includes public transport, includes improving active transport, and those sorts of things. But we're also talking about, to the extent it's reasonable, having that conversation with the Aucklanders about the choices that they can make and the discretion that they can exercise. And then more broadly, again, it's about the nature of the travel that we do undertake and the types of vehicles that we use to undertake that travel over time, obviously that improving. And again, there's a significant amount of support we would be looking for from government, because council can show a lot of leadership, advocacy and influence, but ultimately in terms of a range of budget decisions, we're looking to central government for that support. So certainly there's no quick fix to this, and there's certainly not a single fix. So my perspective would be incremental change and looking at change in a variety of different ways.
And in the continuum of incremental change, how does one prioritise the provision of services to increase choice or to provide choice to people who currently don't have it? Because that's a challenge, isn't it? We can improve the efficiency and reduce the emissions on our vehicle fleet. We can make progress, quite quick progress, to services that we currently provide. But what about those people who don't have it? And I guess maybe it's a point of debate, or maybe it's going to be a difficult one for you to answer. But when do we prioritise those people who don't have the choice to begin with? Because that's more than incremental, that's actually quite significant. But it has been an inconvenient gap that has not been addressed to date. But I want to thank you for your reflections. I think it's something that we'll need to continue to debate when we do the next RPTP and discussions with Auckland Transport. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Right, so I will move the recommendations on the board, and our Deputy Chair Pipakoon would like to second. And I've spoken many times on this, so I won't speak at the beginning and the end. I'll have some comments at the end, but we'll kick off with Councillor Walker, who's put his hand up first.
So I'm really encouraged that we've got this this document, which follows on from an early document that I was involved with. If I go back to 2010, when Len Brown was elected, one of his critical platforms was reducing emissions by 30% by 2020. I'll repeat that. Reducing emissions by 30% by 2020. And there was a report done, it was a desktop report by Arup that demonstrated that yes, we could actually meet that, and there were some costs. Fast forward to today, and it's 10 years on, and I think our emissions have gone up by at least 10%. I could be wrong, I'm looking at the annual gross emissions. So we're 40% behind where Len Brown was suggesting that we're going to be. And I just mention this because this is really serious. I mean, really serious. And one of the points that I'm making, which is around my plea for engaging with other cities and collaboration and the like, is one of the most important things is benchmarking. And if we assess Auckland against other cities, there are any number of cities, many of us have probably visited them, that have got emissions trajectories that are going down. They've actually met targets. I could rattle off a whole lot of these cities. They're marvellous places to visit. They're very livable, and we're going in the opposite direction. So this is not something to be smug about. It's incredibly serious. And I can only conclude that we've got structural problems in our organisation that are preventing this. In part, those structural problems go to us, and I think the lack of adequate leadership on our part. They go to the organisation as a whole. I don't think that they're reflective entirely of Aucklanders, because I think Aucklanders are actually up for it. So we're not doing it, and this is a huge concern. So I have a suggestion, and that is that both in respect of mitigation, climate change mitigation, and adaptation, we need to put these things on our risk register, because they should be there in terms of our audit function. Because quite obviously, we are not doing it. We're not doing it around mitigation, and in terms of adaptation, we've got a truck that's coming to us, and ain't an electric truck either. It's a really heavy gas-guzzling beast that's going to knock us over, and in terms of budgetary cost, it is immense. So this plan is very focused on mitigation. There's not too much in here on adaptation. It's a major, and we are woefully unprepared for that compared to other cities. So can we put stuff on the benchmark? I think if the audit people, Mark Maloney and others, are listening to this, and the Chief Executive, I'd make a plea, because then the Chief Executive is empowered and engaged, and so is the organisation, to reduce our risks. And this is the biggest risk I'd suggest we face. I've made a plea for collaboration, for international collaboration, for advocacy, for membership. Earlier, we've had opportunities to participate in water-sensitive cities, resilient cities programs, equally sustainable procurement, eco-mobility, the list goes on. We don't do those things. We actually don't want to benchmark ourselves in many instances, and maybe that's because we don't want to see what the results are. But we need to do that. And if I come back to a moment that we have right now, which is around our water crisis, where we have an opportunity to significantly reduce demand and lock it in, which will dent the revenue line of Watercare temporarily, but will mean that we are much better off financially, far more resilient. I ask fellow councillors, are we actually going to do that? When I asked the question of Ravine, did we have any best practice around water conservation or water for any industry, any sector? The short answer was no, nothing. So if there's one area where we need a strategy, and we need to be doing stuff, and we need to be benchmarking it from a carbon perspective, that's it. And I guess the other plea that I make is in respect of the team that Alec and so on amount to, and it's a good team and there's some good people there. If you benchmark that team against the teams in other cities, we're tiny. So let's actually do that. Can we have some very real benchmarking? And we might not like the answers, but I don't want to be around in another 10 years' time in a circumstance where our trajectory has continued to go up, and I don't think that Aucklanders want that, and certainly the young people, thank goodness, that are part of the school actions and so on. So I just hope that we can do it. But we're going to need resources, and we're going to need to apply them through the long-term plan, and we're going to have to be serious.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. And just to clarify, I was on the Audit and Risk Committee last term, and climate change is in there highly on the register, both adaptation and the emissions. And I think it was Councillor Darby who last term was concerned it wasn't registered high enough, and Bill and others got it moved from medium to high risk on all levels. So it's definitely in there. And as of this year, we've got that financial reporting for the first time ever. So it is there, and it's definitely there. So thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Deputy Chair Pipakum.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair. Tēnā te mihi nui ki a koutou. I very much would like to speak in support of adopting Te Tāruki a Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan, and support the kaupapa of the work that's being brought to us today. We very much saw in our response to COVID-19 that when we all come together, we can really respond to a crisis quite phenomenally, and how that has meant that we are safe in Aotearoa, and that we can actually enjoy quite a normal life right now, because we actually took the seriousness of the threat and responded just in an absolutely incredible way. And I feel that we can do this with the climate emergency, but we're going to take a real a response that brings us all together in terms of recognising the risk that is absolutely very stark and coming at us very, very quickly. And we heard in terms of the speaker from Generation Zero, and I thank Olivia for coming today and supporting the action plan in terms of how this crisis intersects with many other crises that we're seeing. So in looking at the responses that we had on our emergency budget, I read those submissions very carefully, and there was such an overwhelming sense that we have to do things differently, and we very much have to respond to the climate crisis in terms of the actions of council going forward. There was also, of course, a lot of concern about how we set a path that means that we build on the momentum of the lockdown and our response to the crisis. And we look at doing things differently. And it is going to require bold, rapid action. And I think this plan brings that together. We've heard in terms of the comments about how this plan has landed in a really good place. And it really does make us address the sense of urgency that we have before us. And I don't think that the Mayor mentioned that we really need to get that message across, that if we're going to decarbonise, for example, transport in 10 years, which is required to meet our 2030 target, that is actually going to take an absolute change in everything that we do. And that's across all of these priority areas. So I did just want to mention about that feedback on the submissions. I know, and also what we put together last week with the emergency budget. There was a lot of speeches last week, but we landed in a really good place with that budget in terms of responding to the crisis that was in front of us in that big budget hole. But what we really need to do, we have to ensure that that sets us on a foundation for the long-term plan, for the 10-year budget, and that budget becomes a climate budget. It's got to be our climate action budget. And so many of these actions at the moment, they are unfunded. We know it's got to be a collaborative approach across all of our sectors, engaging our community, NGOs, Māori, mana whenua, if we are actually going to succeed in terms of meeting our zero carbon emissions by 2050. It is a really big goal, but I feel that this plan puts us in a very strong place. Just want to acknowledge everybody who's worked on the plan to bring it to this point. I know that this journey has been a 2-year one in terms of Te Taruki a Tawhiri, but that the founders go back a lot further than that. Councillor Walker, acknowledge your work in the first term in terms of the low carbon plan, Auckland's first plan, as a super city. I do come from the Waitemata local board, of course, and I have to do a plug that we were the first local board that drafted a low carbon plan, and it's great to see that the Waitemata low carbon network is still going strong, and thank you for those members who came along today from the Equal Justice Project and the support that they get from Grant Hewitson. And of course, I've got to acknowledge those people who kicked off this process, particularly the former Deputy Mayor Penny Hulse, Councillor Alf, all of those councillors who were part of that initial process. I'd like to acknowledge all of the officers that have been involved, and particularly John Moreau, who is our first Chief Sustainability Officer, and he has contacted me to say that he has been listening in from his little corner in the United States, because he recognises that this is a really significant day for Auckland Council. We're bringing this plan to be approved. I'd also really like to acknowledge the mana whenua input into this process. It was great to hear, Johnny, I think it was you said that it's not just been about engagement, but it's also been about holding the pen. And from my perspective, looking from the outside, it has seemed that I've never seen a plan that seems to embrace Te Ao Māori so comprehensively in terms of the principles and how it's interwoven into the plan, and also going forward. So I hope we can keep that partnership really strong. So I'd like to thank all that work from our mana whenua partners. And I would like to acknowledge too, if I may, just the rangatahi who've been involved in this plan, in the process and in the engagement, and all of those young leaders who brought to council the resolution to acknowledge the climate emergency, which was only a little over a year ago, I think. But they really brought it to council in terms of the urgency of this kaupapa. Many of those school strike for climate leaders are now stepping into local government and in other leadership positions. So I do want to thank them and everybody who has brought this plan to us today. And I did have to mention that our colleague, Councillor Tracy Mulholland, left and said to me, please, can you tell everybody that she supports the plan? I don't have a proxy vote for her, unfortunately. It doesn't work like that. But she had to go for council business, so she did just want me to make that mention. So if I leave it there, very much support that we commend to all my colleagues, councillors and IMSB member Wilcox, that we adopt Te Taruki a Tawhiri. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Dalton, you got being beamed in, and thank you for your message. I just read it.
Oh, great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Italy Local Board Office.
Perfect, we can hear you.
Thank you. Look, just wanted to say congratulations to Alex and the team for this plan, which I'm grateful to have the opportunity to support. And congratulations, Chair, and to Councillor Coombe as well on your leadership of this and your willingness to be inclusive. You received a reasonably smooth ride through, though you've had quite a long discussion about it this morning, which has been great and really interesting. And I just want to say how much I enjoy Councillor Walker's passion for this kaupapa and his call for accountability to all of the issues and all of the surrounding factors. I always learn so much from listening to Councillor Walker. Look, my plea is to be true to the equity lens in this plan. Don't leave anyone behind, and please ensure that the measure of success
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Dalton, we lost you at the measure of success, and it sounded like you were really getting there and we lost you. So if you just want to start again from that point.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I did just saying that I'd like to ensure that there is equity across Auckland for the targets, and I was really picking up on what Councillor Newman mentioned about transport earlier, but there we do have the equity lens in there, and I want to ensure that we are applying this, and that's reflected in the LTP. So we can ensure that this plan is going to guide so much of our future decision making over policy. Just finally and quickly, look, I agree with the Mayor that we can take heart that a 6-year-old knows more than a 60-year-old in this space. It certainly has been my experience in recycling with my own grandchildren. So, you know, to that end, I'd hope to see more community and iwi Mātāwaka-led leadership to ensure that this kaupapa is embedded at the grassroots where it matters the most. So thank you to everybody. I've sort of come in at the very end of all of this in terms of how long you've been working on it. But what an amazing job, a huge piece of work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I firstly want to just congratulate staff, Chair and Deputy Chair of this committee for all of your hard work on this kaupapa. Heading off the apocalypse is no small feat. Well done. This could be the most important work that we look back on in the decades to come and hopefully smile about. Through this work, I want to make clear that I want to empower local boards, as I've mentioned, to look at projects and initiatives that they can do locally to both mitigate climate change's effects, but also to increase that conversation and community knowledge. The other scrap of thought I had was the equity lens, and the evidence is very clear that poorer communities will be hit harder by climate change's effects. And so our actions around this table going into the future need to reflect that reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just very, very briefly, I asked the question about the trajectory because I think that brings home the reality and the seriousness of the whole discussion that we're having. It's, COVID didn't bring us together, it kept us apart. What brought us together was the team of 5 million actually made the result work as far as the health's concerned. So we don't want to do that sort of thing as a financial economic experiment to get carbon out. So we've got to find a smarter way through. I guess the only point I'm going to make is it's not up for someone else to do it. It's up for every one of us to do their bit. And some will have to probably do a little bit more than others to make it happen. So if you're going to keep the steel mill going, someone else is going to have to carry a bit of a heavier load to enable us to have that critical industry supplying raw materials to our builds. And the same thing goes for heavy construction materials and our infrastructure networks. So to get to those levels of carbon reductions is going to take some serious pain and some serious thinking to also to retain our economic viability and sustainability as a nation. So it's not my job, it's not your job, Alex, it's not the Mayor's job, it's all of our jobs. And then together you probably can do it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Right, well, thank you. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, look, it has been a long innings. It's started with Councillor Penny Hulse as chair and Councillor Al Filipaina, I want to acknowledge them, and now with you, Chair, bringing it through, bringing the runs home. But I do want to reflect on John Moreau's contribution here. He's up there in a lovely place called Port Townsend, which I know well, used to live there, and leading a small city there now. But and he's handed that task to Alec and his team, and got a lot of confidence in you, Alec, and your team, and you've brought this to us now, and I think it is, as I said before, it is looking a good place to launch out of. And I do want to be pretty frank though, Chair, about what I sense is, there's a certain inertia in the Auckland Council that we really do deliberately need to change the culture of the place if we are going to accelerate out of this launching pad. Now, that is not just a criticism of the organisation, and for me not to take criticism as well, because I'm in the governance of the shaping of how the management responds to political direction. But I stress again that we'd actually have very little time. So we're going to go into a budget setting next year. Well, we're going into it in about 2 weeks, actually. And we are going to have to pony up on our words, without doubt. And there cannot be any excuse making. I mean, if this is the emergency focus, as we committed to in a unanimous vote, we cannot create any excuses. There's no backaways. There will be budget constraints, but let's look at those constraints and still navigate the way forward. We are going to have to look at our strategic plans right across this organisation, and we are going to have to reset. And that's an enormous task itself. But I do stress that we are going to have to change this organisation now. Well, yes, we've got a new chief executive, but we can't just rely on the new chief executive. There's got to be a willingness from executive leadership team right down through the ranks, if I can say, and politically as well, to shift the dial. And in some instances where, some people are going to have to get out of the way and allow the voice of the young people on our staff to come forward, because they are the ones that are, champing at the bit to make sure that we do follow through here. That's my sense. So we've got an enormous task in front of us, but we're going to have to, in addition to this plan, we are going to have to reshape how we do our business here at Auckland Council. We can't do it like we did the City Rail Link, which took 94 years, or the other things I referred to earlier. This is out of the blocks and at it right now, as of today.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. Cool. Well, thank you, committee members, and yeah, thank you to all the staff who've worked on this, including John, who's beaming in, but Alex, Sarah, and Matt. I know, Sarah, sometimes you're working throughout the night to get us the plan redone, several times. So thank you all, the whole team, that not just sitting here, but everyone who's been doing the work on this plan for a long time. I know it hasn't been easy and it's very complex. It's hundreds of pages, but that is because that is the nature of the task ahead. It's not just a few quick moves, and it's not just a few solar panels stuck on a library and that's our job done. It's actually very complex to change the whole way we are doing everything. I want to thank Mana Whenua. I want to thank the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum, Mā Tāwaka, all the rangatahi who came and stood here last year, and many Māori across Tāmaki who submitted quite loudly, and for the one of the first times in a significant number. And as partners with Mana Whenua, it is crucial that we have you on board, and that we are listening to you and we are working with you, and also looking back to the many, many different ways that you look at Papatūānuku and you look at the way that we do things, and we look back at some of the traditional ways that the land was looked after before we were here, to improve our environment and to actually fix our climate. To Councillor Penny Hulse and ex-councillor, Penny Hulse and Al Filipaina for kicking this work off last term. Like, the leadership was needed then and it's needed now. So thank you very much. For Councillor Coombe as the Deputy Chair, thank you so much for coming, and you've been speaking about this for a long time, but coming into this committee and really pushing. Big thanks to the people for years and years. There's, this is quite easy for us at the moment. For me, climate change is number one, or up there in the handful of priorities for most people now, and it is not seen as a fringe issue that we just tag on to things. That there's been decades and decades of people saying that this is an important issue, that we must be dealing with this, that presidential elections in the US have been talking about this for decades. There's been all sorts of climate leaders and activists throughout our country who've been saying that this is what we've needed to do for a very long time, and probably if we started then, we'd be in a much better position now. To the 75,000, not all, but mostly young people, but a lot of people from all ages and backgrounds who marched down Queen Street in March last year, and also September. Many of us marched with them, and it was, a pretty strong message that we needed to do something. And, if we weren't going to be listening to, they were going to bang down these doors until we did, because, it is the future of our city that we are talking about. Thank you to everyone around this table, and the councillors, IMSB, the local boards, everyone who's been really supportive. And, to Councillor Simpson, I think there were some discussions around potentially, having to remove the budgets for the climate actions in this year's annual budget because of what we were facing. But Desley said to me that she looked through the local board feedback and the feedback across Auckland, and it's actually climate change over and over and over came up as a priority that we needed to act on. So thank you to you and Shane and the Mayor for keeping those things in there. I guess, the need to act is clear, and I said actually at the beginning of when I became chair of this committee that I wouldn't talk about the bad things, because that is the scare tactic that everyone uses, but I don't think we can ignore the 1 in 200 year drought we are facing right now, the 1 in 500 year flood and rain event we had in Te Tai Tokoro over the weekend. The fires in Australia, you know, our sky turned red. It was the weirdest, bizarrest thing I've ever seen. And those fires were hotter, stronger, bigger, faster than we've ever seen before. So, you know, if this is our 1 in 200 year, 1 in 500 year, it's pretty clear that that is probably going to be a 1 in 5 year, a 1 in 2 year. These things are going to continue to happen if we continue to do nothing or continue just to work around the edges. So, you know, I think we need to assume that we have to do this work. It's not a choice. And I will say that I did say to John and the team last year when I was a committee member was, you know, bring it to us strong and we'll probably water it down because that is what happens sometimes in council, as Councillor Darby said. But I will say that none of us have watered it down. Actually, we strengthened it. Last March, just before COVID hit us, we unanimously supported halving our emissions by 2030. I could not have said that we would have got a unanimous vote on that even a year ago. So I think that is pretty awesome, but it also shows that, you know, a couple of years ago I didn't think we could get here and we're here. So we're responsible not for everything in this plan. We cannot possibly do it. If it was just council's plan, that would be fairly easy. We would just cut our emissions, but it is Auckland's plan. But I think we're kidding ourselves to think that we are the only ones, or we're the first ones, or we're the first out of the blocks. Business, community groups, mana whenua, people everywhere are already doing this work. You know, they're well ahead of us. There's 110 members of the Climate Alliance for Auckland who are doing, you can look that up, myriad of things and examples that we should be taking on as well. X Labs, just before COVID hit, I went and spoke, and there was businesses of all types working together for a better climate future and really changing the way they procure, the way they do things, the way they use waste. You know, so it's not us forcing business into this. I think a lot of the time business are going, where's the leadership from us? Obviously there are the things we need to do, the direct control that is public transport. You know, in here it's not going to be easy. We've got replacing 75% of gas heaters across residential and commercial buildings. We've got transport. We've seen with COVID we can do it, and we need to not return back to, we need not demand, which we haven't in this organisation. We had 6,500 people work from home overnight, and we should not be, and I hope we aren't, demanding all those people come back to work 5 days a week as per normal. You know, flexibility, it's about reducing those trips that is going to make the most effect. We're going to have to move our public transport mode share from 7.8% to 35% by 2050, but by 25% by 2030. That looks fairly impossible. Who would have thought 10 years ago that we would go from 55 million trips a year to 100 million trips a year in just 10 years? So it shows the investment when we do it, it works. Cycling mode share, we're going to have to invest more in that. 100% increase in, well, a complete overhaul of our bus fleet. That is a cost, but as Shane Henderson said earlier, that we need to be measuring things not just on the economic cost, but the cost to the environment, the cost to our water quality, the cost to our air quality. Those are all the co-benefits of reducing emissions. I could list and list and list the things in our direct control. The others are our levers. So, you know, we are going to have to, whoever is elected in September, really focus on their work on electric vehicles. We're not going to change the dial at all with public transport and walking and cycling if we don't have significant investment or change in the way electric vehicles come into this country and are changed out with the diesel and petrol cars. Because at the moment, it is to what Angela and, Councillor Dalton and Councillor Newman say, we cannot create two worlds where we are having the wealthy being able to act on climate and those people who can't still not being able to play their part, but as we see by the submissions, that it is people from all across, all backgrounds of our city that want us to do the action, but we have to work with everyone. So we'll be advocating, we'll be using our levers, there'll be a review of the unitary plan. We've got to plant 19,000 hectares of trees in the next few years. So it's the cost of not doing it, to me, is worse. And if we're looking at our water care spend, Councillor Walker, we just spent $224 million in 1 year to deal with in my belief, and I'm sure the science will back it up, a climate event. So we somehow found the money very difficultly. It was very difficult to find that that 224 million, but this is a 1 in 200 year drought we had to deal with, and we found that money. We don't want to keep finding emergency money. We want to actually, I think, take some of that money out, stop doing the same things over and over, and actually change our city for the better, because people want us to do it. So we can show the leadership, and I think we are, but it's actually working with everyone else. So thank you very much. I'm really, really excited about this. We've got Lucy Hallcroft sitting there, has got a big job ahead with us to get that in the 10-year budget next year. That's the next big step when we completely reform the whole way we're doing things. So thank you, everyone, and I hope you support it. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Can I say that was carried unanimously? Thank you. And now we will go have a bite to eat. So thank you very much. In half an hour, so 1:45. Still got everyone beaming in, which is good. Right, so we have item 9, which is implementing the Auckland Urban Ngāhere strategy, the update for July. Cool. So if you could just, Mark, Howell and Mace, if you just introduce yourselves as you go for the people at home. Thank you.
Kia ora mātātou, kia ora Mr Chairman and members. We will run through a presentation with you, but I'll do a short introduction and then hand over to Mark Bowater as Head of Park Services, and we have Hal Davies here as our Urban Ngāhere specialist as well, and people behind us who have contributed to this strategy and the implementation. So the strategy provides a vision and success factors along with a number of objectives over a time frame. Our role today is to report back to you on the progress that's been made around the key high-level actions of knowing, growing and protecting our urban Ngāhere across the city, across Tamaki Makaurau. We're in the early part of that program, and we've gained some important benchmark information which shows progress of maintaining the urban Ngāhere and where we have some challenges and where priorities will be set in terms of the spatial distribution of our urban forest, urban Ngāhere. And that does mean to say in the future we'll take quite an area-based specific approach. As was mentioned in the last item to the committee, Mr Chairman, there are some equity issues, those in terms of canopy coverage, and we do have some lower canopy coverage for our urban forest Ngāhere in the southern part of the region. So we have, local boards of Papakura, Otara, Papatoetoe, Mangakiki, Tamaki, Mangere Otahu and Manurewa that have quite low levels of canopy coverage, and we'll show you that in the presentation. Finally, I would just like to acknowledge the Mayor and the Chair's advocacy with central government and looking at what our other regulatory levers might be to achieve our urban Ngāhere coverage, and particularly maintenance of those larger trees. Whilst Dr Barton talked about the limitations of the LiDAR survey work, we do have other methodologies that allow us to get a good understanding of what the canopy coverage is, and particularly of those larger trees in the 20 to 30 metre range. Lastly, there's been significant local board engagement and really a high level of support for this program, and in terms of implementing the strategy and understanding what is in each local board area and how we can contribute to improving the health and well-being of our strategy. But without further ado, I'll hand over to Mark, Mr Chairman. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Mark Bowater, Head of Park Services, and this is Hal Davies, Senior Urban Forest Advisor who's leading the program. So I just want to acknowledge that this is a multi-departmental approach and we're coordinating. We have support from colleagues behind us if required. So we're here today for two primary purposes. One, to give you as a committee an update on progress on the Urban Ngāhere strategy, and also to seek support in principle for the preparation of a business case that will explore options about how to accelerate implementation of the strategy that could be considered through the long-term plan process. So just as a recap, the Urban Ngāhere strategy was approved in February 2018 and released a year later. It has a primary vision which is focused on a healthy, diverse, flourishing urban Ngāhere and green infrastructure network, bringing significant benefits to the city. It has three key outcome areas, and we will talk about progress against each of those outcome areas: knowing, growing and protecting. It has two primary mechanisms, which are engage and manage, and it is supported by 9 principles. So we'll go through each of those key outcome areas. The first one is knowing. And this is all about knowing actually what we've got in terms of the urban Ngāhere. One of the primary ways to do that is to map it. And this is our LiDAR, light detection ranging tool. And so we'll talk you through what the LiDAR results are telling us, what it looks like across the region, where there are disparities, how that's arised. One of the other key actions we've been through is developing a regional database for our tree assets. So all of Council's street and park tree assets are captured into a database. And we know that we've got over 500,000 trees captured into that database. We're also doing some work on qualifying the values and benefits of the urban Ngāhere. We're looking at survival rates of what we plant and trying to work out some key performance measures around that. And we're working very closely with local boards, and there are 12 local boards that we're engaged with at the moment to understand better in their area what's happening with urban Ngāhere. So I'll ask Hal to talk a little bit more about the LiDAR analysis and what it's telling us. There was some reference to this morning. So it is important that we understand the principles of what's happening across the region.
Kia ora katoa. I'm Howell Davis, Urban Forest Advisor with Parks. So the map that you see up on the screen is from the 2013 LiDAR, which shows predominantly all of the areas are in red where the canopy cover is less than 10%. Obviously the main areas that we can see are in the south, and from the most recent LiDAR information that we've gathered, although there is a positive net increase across the overall region of 0.1%, we're also seeing that there are now increased or negative losses continuing in the Otara, Papatoe area, in Howick and Hibiscus and Bays. And some of the larger net gains that we see are in Devonport and Takapuna and Albert Eden. One of the things that we're noting, and this is still very early days in terms of the analysis of the data, is that we are noticing that there is a continuing trend, and that continuing trend tends to be showing that we're seeing losses of the larger trees across the region. Further work is planned in this area. LiDAR, because of its complexity, has an awful lot of information that we need to drill into, and we will have further information to report back within the next few months on further findings. So if we look at it in a little bit more of a finer scale, here we can see that less than 1% of our tree canopy cover is over 30 metres in height, and as was pointed out this morning by Mel's, that a majority of our tree canopy sits in that 10 metre range, and so that 75% of our trees are within that height category. The other important point to note is that, again, the larger trees, we have less than 5% of trees greater than 20 metres in height. One of the other key points to recognise here is that the majority of ownership of trees is on private property. And so the land that's owned by the council, public open spaces, etc., we've seen a net increase in the overall tree cover in these areas, whereas we've seen a net decrease in the losses across the private land areas. Obviously, whether there are some issues around removal of tree protection may relate to that, but as yet the trajectory or the trend that we're seeing is not really sufficient that we can come up with a definite conclusion on that. So if we go
I'll just also clarify, one of the primary outcomes from the strategy is for urban tree canopy cover across the region to be at 30%. This was a target that was set. So when we talk about the degree of coverage by local board area, 15% was seen as a minimum threshold, and we still have local board areas that are not achieving that. So that's when we talk about the geographic disparity. We have a target of 30%, we have a minimum threshold of 15%, and we still haven't quite achieved that with every area.
So again, if we look at these two images here, these are showing the net increases and the net losses. Importantly, to recognise that again, that we can see that there is still an ongoing net trend towards loss in the south. And again, you can see that in the northern areas, specifically around the Hibiscus and Bays, you can see that again that there is a decrease. Some of these are obviously related to development. Some of it will be brownfield and greenfield based development, along with infill housing. But obviously that trajectory, as we see, is something that is of concern in terms of the ongoing losses of trees in an area, especially in the south, where the tree cover is already recognised as being reasonably low. So when we start to look at what does that actually look like, so this is giving you a little bit of an insight into the QA of what LiDAR looks like. And so these images show the vegetation cover. So the 3 images across the top show the vegetation cover, and then the 2 images down below obviously show the aerial photography around that. So basically the areas of red that we can see show where net canopy loss has taken place, and the areas that we can see in blue in the bottom right-hand area of the photograph shows where there's been net increases. And so looking at the image in the centre there from 2017, you can see there's a new development going on. And interestingly, just below the road, that's an established area of residential where we can see now that the canopy cover is increasing. And so this kind of gives us, I guess, a bit more of a granular scale around what the LiDAR is actually showing us, and gives us a reasonably good level of accuracy and gives us a good level of confidence in terms of the results that we're reporting back to you. So as I said, though, further work is underway to now determine the actual classification of the scale and the sizes of the trees that we're losing or gaining within the various height categories. That work was done in 2013. That work is yet to be done for 2016-17.
This is also the first time we've had this level of detail, so it's highly accurate, and we're now able to quantify quite accurately what's happening down to a local board level. So another part of building that picture is the trees that the council manages, street and park trees. And we've built an app called the BioTree app, which captures and records every tree movement. And we've had this in place for a couple of years. So we're building quite a detailed picture of what we've got, what's happening to our urban ngahere, our tree asset that the council is managing, and working out how we can influence that further as we go forward.
It's also important to recognise that this is one of the high-level objectives that was in the knowing phase, was for council when we started on this process of developing the urban ngahere strategy. There wasn't one coordinated place that we were able to capture all of our tree planting information across the organisation and the council family. So through the development of this now enables us to capture all of our areas of business where we're creating new green assets. It also enables us to track our performance around how we look after them. Also enables us to show the actual area that we've planted across the entire region. So the image on the left is of the local street tree asset. And so those are the brown trees are street trees and the green are in park trees. And the image on the right is from our regional database, and so it's a two-stage database that shows both local and regional tree numbers. And so the one on the right, as you can see, that this is going back to 2000, and so we've had very limited records kept on what we've planted over the last few years, though we've become a lot more efficient at that. And this app now enables us to capture this data actually in the field using handheld devices, and we can locate them spatially as well. So a positive, as you can see there, over that period, we've planted, or an area planted of 988 hectares in our regional park space. So when we talk about our growing outcomes, as Mark has already mentioned, we're working with our local boards. In 2019, we produced 11 analysis reports for local boards based on the 2013 information to give them a very fine-grained scale of what their tree cover was like in their local board area. From that piece of work, the same 12 local boards have continued to support the programme. And so now this year we're developing up basically a growing plan for each of those local boards to give them some direction on where they can plant across their own local board areas to address the key pressures and risks that there are that we've uncovered from the 2013 information. So that may involve, we, for example, did surveys of all of the local board playgrounds to establish whether there were trees present or not. And in those areas where we've established where there are no trees around playgrounds, we've highlighted that as a priority for the local board to consider in terms of funding planting new trees. In terms of working with a range of local community and stakeholders, we've worked with local nurseries, and obviously we're looking at increasing our capacity across the areas of business, and obviously an important initiative that we've been helping to coordinate over the last 3 years is the Mayor's Million Trees initiative. That's very helpful from a perspective that most of the planting is going on at pace and at scale in the south. And so those sorts of mass plantings into the future will provide us with positive benefits in the sense that we can grow the tree cover in the south at a faster rate by planting over larger areas. One of the other benefits that come from that, and I think it's one to give Mayor Phil some credit for, is that we have now formed an allegiance with Corrections Department, and so we have Corrections now growing plants for us that we can plant into public open spaces. And I think it's a very valuable point to recognise that some of these people that are working in the prison for us are significant criminals, and some of the work that they do in terms of this is rehabilitation. I think that's an important link to show that these guys are very proud of what they grow. They may never get out, but they're very glad to hear that we're planting more trees in areas that need it in the south. So in terms of the protection, Council, as was noted this morning by Mels Barton, is currently going through a plan change to basically fix up the Schedule 10, so that's the notable tree list. It's been noted that there were a number of errors on that list, and some of those are obviously important that we recognise. They were simply, in some cases, some were spelling. In others, they were a little bit more serious in the sense that the address was potentially wrong or the lot number was wrong, and even down to the fact of which of the trees on the site was noted as being a notable tree has been unclear on time. So that piece of work, although it may only be fixing up the errors, is very important in the sense that we get a much better understanding and a much better accuracy of where the actual notable tree is located on the site. So that's a real positive. In terms of the other areas of work that we're doing in the protection, obviously we're promoting a number of different programs out there through schools. There's the Enviro Schools program. We also have programs through the botanical gardens that put out detail around the value of trees, the benefits of them. They have what's called the Star Performers, which gives our customers guidance on what is the right tree for the right place for them to plant in their own backyard. So things like that, we actually are raising the public awareness. Obviously, we see some negative reports around tree losses, but there are also some positive things that we're doing within Council's business.
And we just wanted to finish on one piece of recognition. Last year, Auckland Council was invited to put an entry, a nomination forward for the Tree City of the World program. This is an inaugural program. There are now 59 cities registered. They've met the grade, and Auckland was successful in meeting the grade. It is a reflection on a very professional list of criteria around urban ngahere management. So it is a direct reflection on what the council is doing in terms of its end-to-end approach to urban ngahere management. So we thought that was a good place to finish, and we're happy to answer any questions.
If I could take the opportunity to thank my colleagues behind me. We have Grant Lawrence, Setsi Buma, and Matthew Blakey, who have been very instrumental in helping us develop up to this point. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. It's very comprehensive, and there's a lot of work that's going on, and a lot more over the last little while that I've learnt that is going on that I had hoped was going on, and it already is. So it's for me, we need to be promoting more of the work we're doing, and we've discussed that with Hal the other day of how we can get more of that kind of information, the process from seedling to planting, all that kind of thing out to elected members, but also the public, because it is exciting. Even the examples of the nurseries in the prison and that sort of thing. That is really, really creative ideas that are going on. We've got some questions. Councillor Walker.
Got a few questions. The first one's around the Biotree app. It's really great. Given that you've obviously invested some time and effort in that app, could it be applicable to trees on private property?
Yes, it can.
Okay, so I just want to capture that. The answer is yes. I guess the further question to that is what would it take to actually morph it, make it available? And I don't necessarily need that answer right now, but I'd suggest it's the sort of project that could feed into the long-term plan discussion if you need some funding around it. Okay. The other question I've got really just goes to the circumstance going forward, which is based on my observation that as much in all as the LiDAR might show some canopy, the nature of the trees that make up that canopy, I would suggest, is becoming ever poorer. And certainly the other comment that I would like you to maybe make some comment around is on the smaller properties, you can hardly fit a tree, something that I would actually call a tree as compared to a shrub. And generally, they're not trees of any long-lasting nature. They're rather temporary. So have you had a look at what the nature of the landscape is that our city is turning into in these intensively subdivided areas and so on as compared to the Auckland of the past? And are there any snapshots you've done?
I'll start with through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start with a general comment and how can further it. As we all know, our city is growing. It's been growing tremendously fast, 2 to 3% growth per annum for a number of years. One of the consequences of that intensification is there's less space for urban greenery and urban green infrastructure. So what we're doing on public land becomes very important. Over the last few years, there has been a huge amount of planting on public land. However, our LiDAR analysis at this stage doesn't pick up anything under 3 metres in height. So we have a whole lot of biomass, a whole lot of green infrastructure that will shortly register in the next LiDAR analysis. So the more we continue to focus on directly what we can control and how we can influence plantings on public land and create, future and enlarged forests, the better off we will be in the long term. But I think, to your point, Councillor Walker, the analysis is showing there is a loss of mature tree cover, particularly from private property, and perhaps that is not to be unexpected in the current growth climate where there are no regulatory controls over many trees.
The other question I've got is, there are programs, for example, there's one that that organisation I mentioned, ICLEI, runs, Cities with Nature, that cities can participate, engage and benchmark themselves. I mean, do we consider collaborating with other cities? I mean, Barcelona's involved with that, for example. There are cities that are doing pretty good stuff around trees.
So I can talk to the collaboration. I'm involved with Christchurch City Council, Wellington City Council and Canterbury University at the moment on the National iTree Programme, which is looking at bringing a software program to New Zealand to make it New Zealand centric, which will enable us to calculate the values and benefits of trees within urban spaces. So there is collaboration going on. I personally speak at a number of conferences through my association with the Arb Association. I've presented on a number of different aspects around greening, and I provide both professional and personal advice to other I guess, colleagues around the country on what works for us, and try and help them to improve in their cases as well. So Collaboration is certainly there, yes.
Goes to these trees that Mel's Barton and others have identified. These are the really special trees around Auckland. They might be old putakawas, old pekins or the like. A number of them aren't on the scheduled tree register for one reason or not, so they're not protected. Are we actively monitoring what's happening to those trees, particularly given that they're probably irreplaceable? These are the special trees, the icons that stand out in the landscape when you drive around.
Through Mr Chair, there's no special monitoring of trees that are not on a scheduled tree register or generally protected in some way, other than what we're able to pick up when we do this type of LiDAR analysis survey about looking at what's happening to urban tree canopy cover across the region.
I guess the question I'd ask around that then is, do you think that's something that's important so that, you know, we actually have identified those trees? They might not be notable trees or the like, but we actually know they're there, and then we can track what the loss is.
Through Mr Chair, as I said, unless there is a unitary plan control, and there are several controls that are in place around significant ecological areas, you know, and scheduled sites and individual trees. Other than that, there would be no proactive council monitoring of what's happening with individual trees on private land.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. The green leafy suburbs of Ōrākei don't look as if they're that green and leafy, to be honest. But look, I've got two questions. One, how much does the business case cost? Because I'd like to know, and I want to have the dollar figure, because, you know, like they're, you know, and where is it, what budget? Because I want to support the business case, but I kind of know when you're going to do it. Is it this year? Because I don't think we've got any money to do it, but I just want to know where you think you've got to find it and how much it is. That's my first question. That's probably the biggest question. So let's deal with that one first.
So through Mr Chair, it's quite good following the previous item on your agenda, because one of the key strands of the climate plan is the natural environment. And so what we would be developing is a coordinated input into long-term plan climate pathway channel, so that we're looking at all strands of this policy and where we can help advance it. And that would include what we can put in the ground. It would include how we look at mechanisms to protect trees. So it's not costed at this stage, and that's why we're, I guess, seeking approval in principle to advance that, so that we're able to be well prepared for long-term plan consideration.
Yeah, I might just look around sort of with your B, because I just need some clarity around that. But my second, sorry.
Maybe clarify. I think not what the cost of the budgets that come out of the business case. I think what Councillor Simpson is saying, what is the cost of preparing the business case?
It says support the preparation of the business case. Yeah.
Is that part of our normal work program?
So you don't need a cost.
It's internal, so we would be doing
No
the work
cost.
ourselves.
Okay, that's really important to note, thank you, for me. And this, my second question, forgive me for being a little bit specific here, and I just want to understand exactly what you're saying. So, is a hectare a rugby field in round figures, right?
Equivalent, roughly,
Okay.
yes.
So if I look at your chart on page 214 of the agenda, sorry, I'm not sure, under the tree canopy cover change between 2013 and 16-18. I'm looking at Ōrākei, right? And its percentage was 20% in 2013, 20% in 2016-18, but the net change is 18 hectares. Just kind of understand, just take me through that change, because obviously the difference in canopy cover, 0.6% and 3% up from 2013, but the figures are the same. So is it factually accurate to say that Ōrākei has had 18 hectares more of canopy cover, even though we've still ended up with 20 because we've lost some again stuff? I just don't understand that chart.
Grant?
or specialist.
Sorry, I'm trying to tell a good story, but I just,
it's a good story.
you know, if the number is the same, how come we've gone up?
Cool. Hi there. Yeah, so in that left-hand column, you've got canopy cover as a percentage for 2013, and then the column right to the right as a percentage for 2016-18. So those are 2 percentage columns, and then the 18 you're referring to is a hectare, so that's an area value. Yeah.
So that changed there.
So what you're saying is, forget percentages, you're saying that Ōrākei has increased 18 hectares since 2013.
Correct. Yes.
Those are the lines you need. The good news story is to use the hectare line, right? Forget percentages.
But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to change the percentage. Like the overall city went up 60 hectares, but it only changed 0.1%. So it's quite. You'd require much higher numbers.
Yeah, so I didn't want to, I won't speak, but I'll just say it's kind of okay news. It's not good. Sadly, I don't think it's as good as it could be, unfortunately, even though it tells quite a reasonable story, you know, because, yeah, trees are the lungs of a city. So thank you for the work that you've done, but I think we all want to do a bit better. Thank you.
So I think it is an important question, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Simpson, you can see those changes, negative and positive, throughout local boards throughout the region, with an overall increase of 60 hectares of canopy coverage.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A question and a follow-up, and I reserve my right to speak. How are local boards empowered to commit to planting programs and to nominate public land within their board areas for the purpose? How are local boards empowered to commit to planting programs and nominate public land within their local board areas for the purpose?
So, as you're aware, we've gone through the knowing phase, and so we provided information to the local boards to highlight where the areas of lower tree canopy cover are, also highlight the areas of where there are no trees within public open spaces. In terms of empowering the local board for planting going forward, that's where we're currently working with the local boards at the moment to seek their feedback directly on where they would like us to see effort made over the next few years. And all we're doing is basically coming up with a priority listing for them, and so giving them areas that we consider to be a higher priority, and then leaving them make the decisions in terms of what they believe is necessary in their local area.
Thank you for that. Just coming from being previously a local board chair, I mean, we can all identify lots of scraps of land and little reserves that have pretty much not much use, that could very easily be planted out. Hey. Very easily planted out with trees. So just interested in how local boards would go about navigating this through this strategy to go and get that done. Thanks. Don't know if that's a question.
Quite simply, Mr. Chairman, through you. So the growing plans that Hal is talking about will identify those opportunities and a program of work so that they can be planted up. Often, and it is important to acknowledge that communities are engaged in this planting, so volunteers. So we really are starting to see some ownership from those communities, often tamariki, so young people, which may be part of the protection strategy as well, to get knowledge and understanding and ownership of those important areas of our city.
So, sorry, I'll do one more follow-up. Rather than speak about it, I'll just ask the question. Have we looked at a landmark planting that could get people's attention, much like anyone that's been to Berlin knows about Black Forest, massive forest in the middle of the city? Have we considered a massive scale planting program that can really bring people to the attention of the issue in Auckland?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have significant hectareage in our parks open space estate, 40,000 hectares of regional parkland and 10,000 hectares of community parkland. So at the moment, there are multiple opportunities across that estate to engage with the community, and we have a huge amount of community interest. So rather than try and focus on one significant event, you know, we have a huge amount of the community really interested in just advancing things on a local level. So cumulatively, we aggregate the benefits from that. I think a point to remember too is that when we're talking about the LIDAR analysis, we're talking about 16 urban local boards. So we're excluding the Waitakere Ranges, Franklin and Rodney, and the Gulf Islands from that. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, I was gonna say that that to make sure that when we're talking about this, that we are talking, you know, even when we're talking about those really tall trees, you know, we are not. It's only the urban areas. We're not including Waitakere at all, Hunua, all those areas. So it's not as bleak as it might seem as a whole city. But if we're talking urban trees, that's a major issue. Councillor Coon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the presentation and bringing us the report. You always know it's an important day when Hal has his tie on. I just have a couple of questions. One's kind of a bit more technical and one's a bit of a bigger picture. But in terms of the report at paragraph 58, it talks in 57, it talks about Auckland Transport. I would add the words belatedly recognising the importance of incorporating environmental systems into planning for new roads and incorporating trees. But one of the, that's great for new roads, but I know from a local board perspective, there's been a lot of effort put into actually getting Auckland Transport to consider planting opportunities as part of renewals. And of course, we've had quite a lot of debate about how we can leverage renewals from our budget and make the most of our shrinking budgets. So I just wondered where that conversation was at. I know that Waitemata was meant to be trialled for a new approach to renewals because it was just immense frustration that the local board had budget to contribute and Auckland Transport was just an absolute no to including trees. So any update on that? And is that something that we can look at including in the business case?
I can speak to that, Pippa. Yes, Auckland Transport, as you rightly point out, there's been some issues around getting them to look at tree planting within the road corridor. It's been a significant piece of work for us to get to the point of having them included in their roads and streets framework, which is both looking at new and where they're renewing. So that's an important thing to realise. The other aspect is that, as you're aware, we're working with the central area team on developing up a number of areas to plant trees through their renewal programme. That's been impacted, unfortunately, by the emergency budget and the COVID crisis, but we were, our intention is that going forward, that yes, we will be looking to plant more trees within the road corridor, working with our colleagues at Auckland Transport. And we have actually taken the step now to reach further through the development of these growing plans to look at the road corridor maintenance staff in other areas of the region and not just the central.
That's good to hear. Thank you. And if I have another question. Councillor Simpson reminded me of this question because in terms of what is the good news story, and my understanding from looking at the LIDAR, the mapping work, that this is on balance. I mean, we have heard that we've got a real deficit of oversized trees, but in terms of the canopy spread and the fact that it has been an increase, is it right to say, I mean, a few years ago, there were headlines that there's been a chainsaw massacre across Auckland, and I guess as one of the elected representatives that was getting a lot of flack around, you know, that I was solely responsible for chopping down a lot of these trees, apparently. I'd like to know from an officer perspective, you know, how is this a good news story, and or where are the concerns in terms of what that LIDAR mapping has told us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think there is a good news story here, and that is that across the region we're holding our own at present. It could be worse. So everything that is happening across the council family at the moment means we're holding our own in terms of urban tree canopy cover, yet the city is growing at an exponential rate. Can we do better is a good question, and so that's something that we'd like to come back with some more information around and further options. Do we have geographic disparities? Yes. So are those areas to focus on? Yes, and that's where we're working closely with a number of local boards to identify the opportunities and look at how we can make a difference there.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mayor Goff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The number of questions. The first, if I look at Mangere Otahuhu, 8% canopy, and then Otara Papatoetoe, 9%. They haven't changed in 5 years, and in fact, in terms of hectares, that's been where the most savage reduction in tree cover apparently has taken place. What specifically are we doing in those two areas that are barely half of the minimum canopy level that we would require for any board area?
Through the chair, we've developed our knowing and growing plans. The growing plans give a lot more direction and positive direction to the local boards on where they should be focusing their efforts. Both the Otara Papatoe and Mangere Otahuhu local boards have been very supportive of the Ngāhere growing programme, and our intention is that we continue to try and help support them as much as possible. A positive note, I guess some of the losses that we see in the south in these specific areas are in some cases related to development that's going on private land with Whānau Ora. Whānau Ora has recently got in touch with myself and Matthew and Setsi in the Urban Forest team to talk about what they can do to work with us as Auckland Council to, I guess, turn around the perception that their development sites are all scorched earth. And some of the positives that we see from that is that at least they're now willing to have a conversation with us around what they can do to develop these areas without necessarily removing all of the trees. Because we've pointed out to them that their work is actually having an impact, a negative impact on the tree cover in these areas.
Yeah, I'm still kind of, I know both areas quite well, and I don't see a heck of a lot of evidence anywhere of tree planting. So we're not making progress, obviously, in the canopy protection. We're losing some through infill housing. I understand that. But if we're really worried about these, which are socioeconomically deprived, but also tree deprived, you'd think that we'd be putting a really special effort into those areas. And I just don't see it. So I'm still looking for reassurance, I guess, about what we've got planned to do to bring these suburbs up at, least into double figures. For God's sake, it's pretty poor, and it's been that way for a decade. So, what assurance can you give me that this is happening and that we've got a special program targeted at these areas? Because that's what I think we need.
In terms of assurance, Your Worship, we with those growing plans, we will be targeting these areas of lower canopy coverage, and certainly with the Million Trees program, that's where we're putting some of that emphasis into those areas where we can make a real difference to get to a canopy coverage that is reasonable. I think one of the challenges in this, what the data is showing you, there is a bit of a lag between planting and getting trees to that 3 metre height. So we will be able to show to you what we have planted and what we might expect in future years as well. But your point's well taken in terms of dealing with those areas of equity, or inequity rather.
Thank you. If you can provide us, I think, with the plans for those two areas, because I get questions periodically and I'm struggling to find an answer when I look at the figures. The second thing picks up Pippa Coombs' question about streetscaping, and I know Auckland Transport had some resistance to it, and I know, I get letters from some streets saying we've got these trees and they've got leaves in the gutter. Fancy that, autumn, the leaves fall off the tree and they fall into the gutter. But again, just, if you look at the really special parts of the streets, I'm thinking of Simon Street and Princess Street around the university, where the tree cover actually creates the atmosphere of the street. Whereabouts are we doing that sort of stuff? Where are we planting on the streets? Where are the new areas that we're focusing on? And what scale?
Through Mr. Chair, all the greenfield developments around the city, there is landscaping and tree provision as part of that. So often that is negotiated with council in terms of the planning of the whole subdivision. So we inherit green assets, so that's a win again. In terms of infill planting opportunities in the street environment, our data systems will tell us at the moment we have around 330,000 street trees, and on average we're renewing around 1% of that asset every year. So that's natural tree decline, and there's a conscious program of replacing. So we're not going backwards in terms of maintaining that tree asset. And over the last couple of decades, there have been small local efforts to infill where there are gaps, but often what we're left with are now really difficult planting sites that may cost a lot of money. They may not support good tree outcomes. So in some cases, it's just not worth the effort to try and revegetate a street if it's not conducive to tree planting, and our effort is better put into a local reserve, say, for example. So working with the local boards on these knowing and growing plans, all of those opportunities are identified and assessed, and recommendations are made. One of the most important outcomes is that we're choosing the right tree to plant in the right place, so that we're creating the right legacy going forward. And if that sometimes means less trees for larger scale and enhanced environmental benefits, then that's a win rather than a whole lot of small trees. So it's quite a considered approach, and we've got really good data informing that now. So I think with the resource we have, we're able to now really start focusing where we put that effort.
Thank you. Last two questions, Mr. Chair. I wanted to pick up Hal's point about corrections, and I've been out at Paremaremo, and they really do. It's a meaningful thing for them to do, and they enjoy doing that. How many trees are corrections preparing for us in each year in this triennium?
As I understand it at the moment, we've got a memorandum of understanding to grow 60,000 plants for us in this coming year.
And in following years, any idea?
We're going to have discussions with them. We're probably looking at somewhere in the region of 100,000 plus, I would imagine.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you very much. My last question is from the session this morning, and I've got to say I feel really uncomfortable about watching those Canal Street trees come down. They're beautiful trees. I was told that it costs $1,500 to schedule a tree, and that's a bit mind-blowing to me. I could use the back of a piece of paper and I could write down about 100 trees that are significant trees for you, both in terms of their scale and the nature of the tree. I'm really reluctant to go out and use that as an excuse for why we don't schedule more trees, but what comfort can you give me around the fact that we are, that we're not gold plating the way we schedule trees? Am I being incredibly naive that you can't say that's a fine tree, it's a 80-year-old totara tree and it should be preserved? I'm just wondering why that costs $1,500 to do.
Thanks. Okay. Through the Chair, Phil Reid, Auckland-wide Planning Manager, looking after the unitary plan. And yes, that number did originate from myself. You probably do need to look at the context, though, of the plan change that you're doing to actually change the schedule. From an end-to-end point of view, there'd be an archives research to start with, checking property files. There'll need to be access negotiated to properties. There'll be site visits to properties by arborists, potentially with a planner as well. Then there'll be the notification, the submissions that come in, where there might be further submissions that challenge in relation to a tree, requiring additional time to consider the pros and cons of the entry. Then you've got the hearing costs themselves, working through decisions, and then the appeals and legal costs associated with that. So to give you a feel for that, the current plan change 29, which was being spoken about this morning. There are probably about 2,000 line items of the 3,000 line items that were adjusted by that plan change. Now, in terms of site visits by arborists and planners, it's probably in the order of a few hundred that actually needed to happen. A lot else could be done by desktop analysis. But we're yet to go to hearing. It'll be late August, early September. And we don't know the degree of difficulty that there might be after the hearing in terms of any appeals as well. So from a staff resource point of view and consultancy support, we've been working on that plan change for upward of 18 months now. And it is essentially just correcting the existing schedule and not looking to add additional items to the schedule from the nominations that we have. So when I come back to Planning Committee later this year, we can look at the bigger implications of doing a full review of the schedule, and there could well be some economies of scale that we can get from that so that it's not an extrapolation of $1,500 per tree.
Yeah, I think I'm slightly better informed, but I'm still incredulous that, look, I understand once you get into the legal debate and all that sort of stuff, it costs big money. But it might be helpful if you could give us a memo on what constitutes the costs of scheduling a tree and how that might be streamlined and reduced. Because at the moment, I'd be just scared to open my mouth and say to somebody, it costs us $1,500 to say that's a significant tree and it should be protected. It's kind of counterintuitive. I'm sure you're right in the sort of things that you've said, but I'd hate to leave that unchallenged as to, that you can't do that more quickly, more cheaply. So if you can get something that's circulated to councillors, that would be really appreciated.
I think that, through the chair, I think the other discussion which must occur whenever you face those types of questions is what other regulatory tools may exist to achieve the same outcomes or better outcomes. And that's, I think, where we need to put a lot of focus, and your letter from yesterday does help in that way. The cost effectiveness aspect of general tree protection can be a lot more effective and efficient than notable trees and leverage an outcome which is a far better outcome.
Yeah, no, I certainly appreciate that, and that was the answer we gave to Mel's Barton this morning. But I don't think anybody around the table feels particularly easy about the fact that these trees have been lost when they were beautiful trees, and it's a real pity. Thank you.
The other issue is, Phil, that the fact is we don't have general tree protection in the RMA, so the only way we can protect any tree is a plan change, effectively. And we just do it as a group of trees as a plan change,
yes,
right?
We are limited, you're right.
So we couldn't...
That's why I'm suggesting to come back later this year with a report on a full review of the notable tree schedule, because we may well have a bit more of a steer from central government about what tools are in the toolbox for us.
Cool. That'd be good.
I've just returned from supporting them for 9 months on the review of the RMA.
And a few of the local boards and also Councillor Coombe found there is an issue with what we say on our council website about, putting in a tree to be scheduled on a list that may be used in a future date. I think we just need to make it a bit clearer there that either we don't hold those trees forever, or so we don't make it look like there's a process, because there isn't currently one right now.
I'll make sure the report addresses that.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Cooper, thank you.
Thank you. I thought there was a question in there too, through you, Mr. Chairman, Phil, around once you do schedule all those trees, that it's like painting the harbour bridge. You get to one end and then the beginning is changed again, and so you're never going to get a comprehensive scheduling. That's the difficulty, especially while the RMA hasn't changed. You could do that, it might take you several years, and they've already been cut down before you get to the end, so that it's a really gnarly process. So my other questions are around, because we haven't got Rodney, Franklin and Waitakere Ranges in here, but we have significant new urban areas in those wards or local board areas. And that's what worries me. You've got Glen Eden, which has been urban for decades, but we don't count it because it's in the Waitakere Ranges local board area. It's quite urban, quite a big chunk of it is. So there's that we don't count, and we don't know if it's getting lost or found. Same with Kumiu Huapai. That's massively changed. I mean, a lot of it would have been farmland, but I'm just wondering how we're going to look at that. And things like Drury, Pukekohe, Franklin, where we know we've got live urban areas and future urban, what's the strategy? Because it looks like it could end up being ignored over years rather than being pulled in. So I just wondered how we were going to address that, or is that too soon?
Through Mr. Chair, we are actually now analysing the areas of urban tree cover outside of the mule, so we are looking at the overall region rather than just what's inside the metropolitan urban limits.
Right.
So we will be able to provide further detail in an update on what those canopy coverages look like for those more rural areas, as you say, that are experiencing rapid growth.
Thank you.
Great question, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Casey.
Yeah, thank you. I've been listening to the responses to Councillor Henderson and to the Mayor on local board issues. There's just one on my list that hasn't been covered yet. 12 local boards have growing action plans. That means there's at least 4 or 5 holdouts. What's not to love about this job? What's not to love? Why?
Yeah, I guess it's that's over to individual local boards whether they want to fund the work that we do. We've been to all 21, and of that 21 we had 12 to start. We've now got 15, so hopefully over time the message will get through to the other local boards and that they will then pick that up as well. I think some of the perceptions is that they, some of the Rodneys and Franklin, for example, consider themselves more rural than they do consider urban. And so when we talk about the urban Ngāhere, they don't seem to see that applying to them so specifically.
That's all, Councillor. Councillor Dalton. Still there?
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. My question was with regard to the, well, perhaps it's around Kāinga Ora now that I've been listening. I guess we're limited in terms of what impact that we can have on private properties, and I respect that, but the unitary plan has enabled this intensification. And I was wondering if there was any type of policy response, and I'm not talking about tree scheduling, but just in terms of the devastation that is happening when you're sitting in the middle of the red zone out here, in terms of particularly the broadness of the Kāinga Ora development. We're home to thousands and thousands and thousands of homes that are replacing hundreds of homes, and with that the trees are gone. My question I think is, well, is there a policy response to private development in general? And secondly, I would really like us to form a stronger relationship with Kāinga Ora, and it's not necessarily limited to trees. I've contacted Claudia around a response to some of the community issues we have, but I think that we need a stronger working relationship with Kāinga Ora, and perhaps this is a place that we can do that as well. Did you get a question out of that? It might have been a bit muddled. Is there a policy response? Is there a policy response to private property?
Through the Chair, Councillor Bartley, Phil Reid here. There are probably a couple of angles to that. The unitary plan is essentially enabling of people to make choices for themselves about the type of tree and the position that they may wish to plant it on their own property. But there is a policy implication about the availability of land on a property to be able to do just that. One of the things that we're looking at, and there have been workshops which are starting with Planning Committee, are the residential issues that we're finding with the performance of the unitary plan. And one of the issues that we're looking at is the performance of some of our bulk and location controls, particularly things such as our outdoor living court controls. And whether or not those outdoor living courts are achieving the purpose that they're there for. And the purpose of those outdoor living courts goes beyond just the human use. There's also an aspect to outdoor living courts of being able to be used for people to make choices, to be able to plant the right sort of tree in the right sort of location. So we will need to look at that, and there will be workshops with Planning Committee where we do look at balancing or reconciling some of those competing interests around the provision of capacity, affordability and housing with some of the amenity issues that we desire from our neighbourhoods.
I think Councillor Dalton just...
Sorry, I was just going to say that was a very good response, thank you, just in terms of looking at the impacts of the unitary plan on intensification and amenity for families and for growing trees. Thank you.
The second part of your question, Councillor Dalton, Mace Ward here, is that yes, we are developing strong relationships with Kāinga Ora and other developers to seek the best outcome we can for those developments in terms of public amenity, including tree cover and canopy.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. And I, as I've seen in Northcote, but also Barry has just said that we are doing a lot of planting with Healthy Waters as part of the Kāinga Ora. But I'd like to offline probably work with you if you'd like to see if we can further find out if it's right across Auckland, because I would like to think that Kāinga Ora as a public entity could be ramping up their game and we could assist them with expertise or whether it's access to planting or volunteers or whatever it is. It would be good if we could partner with them a bit more if it's not. I mean, it may be happening, but I just want to make sure it's getting to the areas or the red zones, as Councillor Dalton said. So thank you. Member Wilcox.
Got a couple of questions, and first one is, so do we include mangroves in this urban bush?
Through the chair, no, we don't.
Okay, yeah, so carrying on from that, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a deficit of trees, you know, I mean, I was down Beards Road, you go around there, Dawson, there's just an absence of basically green growth. So I think there's definitely needed, and I mean, we identified the south quite a while back now. I suppose it's kind of a little bit to what Councillor Simpson was saying. I'd like to see kind of a modular approach to a business plan so that we can kind of say, well, if we don't, you know, you go in there and it's 100 million and it, you know, how the horse trading goes and all these things. And so I'd rather we had a really good approach where we actually made it than tried to spread it over the whole of Auckland. $1 million over the whole of Auckland goes nowhere, but you know, $1 million would work in Dawson Road and Beards. You know, so I think I'd like to see a kind of a modular approach to the way you do this business plan, and then we could kind of, you know, decide then at that point, you know, where are we really aiming for and what we can do. So that's just my comments, and really I don't know if there's a question there. My question was about the mangroves more than anything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilcox. Councillor Simpson, did you have another question?
Sorry, just a follow-up, and the Mayor prompted me. When you're looking at the non-funded business case, I'll keep saying that because I've been told by finance, don't ever agree to anything in a recommendation unless... Okay. I'm looking at street cleaning. So can you talk to the street cleaning people? Because, or do we have a policy that goes for evergreen? It's just that if we are going to look after our gutters and our cesspits with trees, I mean, I want the trees to happen. I think that's the purpose of this paper, and I think that's really positive. But if we're looking at, berm planting or things that are directly trees that are planted, close to the road, and you're talking over 3 metre, you're talking significant trees, potentially that will require a higher level of street maintenance. So I just want the right hand and the left hand to talk to each other, all right? So the level of service should be that the leaves are picked up, I don't want to hand another thing back to the ratepayer like we did with berms, that, we do all the right thing, but you have to look after it kind of style. I appreciate there can be a bit of that, but I just think that you need to talk across council family.
Yeah, and I know we are definitely already doing that work. If you find the memo we sent out on the strategic approach to planting on the 9th of July, right in the middle of a little bit busy, Councillor Simpson, but there is a bit of information there on the strategic approach across, with the whole council family working together, making sure it's the right place, the right purpose, much better than I think we were doing a few years ago, so that's really good. But I think, my opinion is that I'm learning a lot more, so I think potentially there's an opportunity for a workshop later in the year or something to really nut this out and see what's actually happening on the ground, maybe with more images and different opportunities of what we're seeing. Not just the Mears Million Trees, but there's a lot of other things going on that potentially we aren't seeing in each other's backyard. So, right, Councillor, there's no more questions? Sorry, Councillor Walker, last question.
So just picking up on the question that Councillor Cooper had, which was a good one, I was going to raise that. What's the timing on reporting on these rural areas?
Through the chair, we expect to have some further information within 2 months on the rural areas.
Right, I look forward to that, and it's particularly relevant, Mr. Chair, given the tremendous loss on the Hibiscus Coast, which is adjacent to Rodney. The other question I've got just goes to, can we use this strategy to try and enable berm planting that people are having great difficulty with regarding Auckland Transport? I mean, given that council strategies and policies overlay the CCOs, do we need something specific about enabling berm planting? And if so, can you add it?
Through Mr. Chairman, thanks Councillor Walker for the question. I think that's something we can give consideration to, but at the moment we can continue to work with Auckland Transport to look to what the benefits, those benefits are in the road corridor, and significantly, as you noticed in the report, in the presentation, 13% of our tree canopy coverage is in the road corridor, so but we can enhance that. So it's continuing to work as a council group and get collective action around these strategies.
Well, I would actually urge you to go beyond that and act as an enforcer, because they're diabolical. Okay, so I'd really like a good answer around that, because I don't think that they're going to move sufficiently. So can we do something there?
Is it not my understanding that we are now responsible for the road corridor planting, or are we only responsible for looking after it after it's planted? Oh, right. Okay. Maintenance.
So I really haven't had an answer. I think this is pretty imperative, because there are many, many people out there that want to plant their berms, and for one reason or another, they're being threatened by Auckland Transport. And it's costing us, and you should hear this, Desley, it's costing us a lot of money. And all these good souls in Auckland, actually, most of them, look after our berms, and they save us millions of dollars a year.
So, Mr. Chairman, we'll report back on that when we come back to the workshop and with the ability to have a discussion. But appreciate the question and the challenge.
The other observation I'll just make, Mr. Chair, and Phil took me back to deja vu, I raised the issue about the imperative of having locations to plant trees during the unitary plan, but the officers told me it's not a problem.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. We've finished our questions, and we have Councillor Pipakum, Deputy Chair, would like to move.
Yes, please,
I'm happy
Mr.
to
Chair.
second. Happy to second. Councillor Walker can second.
May I speak in support? Fabulous. So I would like to commend these recommendations, including the additions of C and D, and thank you for the progress report on the Ngāhere strategy. That's a bit of work that was done before my time on the governing body, but very much support it, and particularly that we've received the LiDAR mapping work, and I've got history, of course, as Hal well knows, with that work going back some time, because it was, I have to mention, the fabulous Waitemata local board, again another plug, that it was funding that the local board first came up with that initially kicked off that survey work back in 2013, I think it was, which, if I'm correct, has led to this far fuller body of surveying and understanding the canopy across Auckland from that work. And also, I'm glad, I think in the progress report, you've also mentioned that the local board was the first to have a localised urban Ngāhere strategy for the local board, and so it's great to see that other boards are following behind on that, and hopefully we can get all the boards signing up. And thank you, I have to give a special thanks to Hal, because we worked frantically in the dying days of the last term to get that report, that plan onto the agenda and signed off by the board. So it was only through Hal really going above and beyond that we were able to make that happen. So thank you for that, and thank you for everybody who has worked on that, on the progress report. In terms of the business case, I'm very excited to see the word accelerate implementation of the strategy, and we don't often see that in our planning, in our implementation for the work around council. So that would be fantastic if we can bring some urgency to this work, because I know that there's real concern right across Auckland about the loss of trees, but also whether we're doing enough to get trees in the ground. But thanks to like the Mayor's Million Tree project, and now the government also committing to the Billion Tree program, I mean, there is some fantastic work that's happening around the region, and I was fortunate to be able to join Ngā Taiki Tamaki on Sunday. There was quite a few council people there, and representatives from DOC and Ministry of Forestry, and who had all come together. It's a partnership with the iwi to start doing the planting on Motutapu as part of that Billion Tree program. So heaps of work, and it's fantastic too that we've now got the tools to be able to document where that planting is happening. So absolutely support us progressing the work that we can do. And a big focus in my area, particularly in the city side of my ward, is the need to get trees planted in the road corridor. It's been a massive, massive struggle, but we absolutely have to make that a priority. Not many people know that the City Centre Master Plan actually has a target of increasing cover by 25% in the city centre. That's in the City Centre Master Plan, and that was actually met, but only because so many trees have gone into Wynyard Quarter. If that hadn't been happening, we would have really struggled to have met that target. And it's been immense frustration that Auckland Transport have just had a real blind spot when it comes to street trees. And as we know, which brings me on to the scheduling of trees, is that we have, there has been a huge loss on private land. I think we heard that 60% of tree canopy is on private land. And the rules being changed back in 2009 did open up the door to a huge amount of tree loss. And I know it's affecting people, particularly in the central parts of Auckland, where big, massive trees are being felled for really no reason other than the fact that homeowners can do it, and they're worried that the rules might change. So And I would like to acknowledge the Puki Te Papa local board members, John, who was here before, and his colleague Bobby Shen, because they tried to schedule a notable tree in Puki Te Papa and discovered that the process is on hold, and what's on our website says, hey, tell us your notable trees and we'll schedule them, without pointing out the fact that it just goes into a bottom drawer and no one's actually acting on it. So I'm glad that we can just at least acknowledge there's work that needs to be undertaken. I know this isn't going to get us scheduling a new lot of trees, but at least it acknowledges where we're at. And then finally, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Chair, for again corresponding with the government on the issue for the need to reinstate some protection in the RMA. I know it's not a silver bullet, but when we look at Canal Road, and I haven't been involved in that issue, but seeing how those trees were literally being felled as we were hearing from Dr. Barton this morning, and the fact that those trees unfortunately probably have gone, if only we had been able to schedule them, it would probably have been a development site that would have been developed around those trees. So we've kind of got ourselves in a real pickle looking at turning it into reserve or land swaps, when really it could have been quite a simple process, but that's where we got to the real pointy end of those changes, so it's unfortunate. So hopefully the incoming government will fix that one, and we don't want to go back to where it was very, very difficult to cut trees, but at least we need to have some proper protection that provides a balance. So I think that's got us to a good place in terms of where we are in receiving this report and the next steps. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me move that motion.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Walker?
Sure, so I'm happy to second this. I'm sure if Jim Holdaway and Professor Morton and others that I used to work with that helped get the Tree Council going and the like were here, they'd be happy with this. But equally, they'd be very, very disappointed with what they're seeing that's happening to their Auckland. And these were pretty esteemed, very, very knowledgeable people. So in moving this or seconding this, implicit in B is my understanding that these suggestions that have been put up around extending the Biotree app, having a more directive stance, using this strategy to enable berm planting, the work that needs to be done on the unity plan that Phil is working on, conceivably joining with other cities and cities with nature and the like, are going to happen, because we need to be doing everything and collaborating with as many people as we can to save our trees, because they're not going to be around otherwise, and Auckland will be all the poorer for it.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Look, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, look, I wasn't going to speak on this, but just, look, in supporting, in receiving this report and wanting to see more trees planted on council-owned land, I'd make the comment, and I think it's a fair comment to make, and I really wish that I was there today, cold notwithstanding, just in relation to this particular item, because increasing tree protection under the Resource Management Act, balancing that out, that is also about affecting the rights of private property owners, including the rights of property owners to fell trees on their land. And some of us, well, I'm one of them at least, believe that those private property rights are really, really important. And whilst it offends me to see some mature trees felled, if I don't own the property and I'm not paying the property rates on that property, if I didn't take on the cost of purchasing the land, whilst it might offend me personally, there is a limit to my ability to require protection for the trees on that private property. So I think the real challenge here is for council to address what it can do in relation to council land, and to increase the tree canopy by planting on council land is more important in my view than changing the Resource Management Act, even though one of the consequences of the Resource Management Act changes that were implemented, and they haven't been repealed, has been that there have been trees that were felled. Look, there is a tree protection in relation to Hill Park and in the ward that I represent and Councillor Dalton represents. That has saved some trees, but that is the exception rather than the rule. And even in Hill Park, there are people who would actually like that overlay to be removed. So I'd make the point that not all of us necessarily believe that the Resource Management Act needs to change, because it is a case of balancing the desire to have the trees against the right of property owners to exercise franchise in relation to the land that they've purchased. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Good points. Councillor Darby, last speaker.
Yeah, just I have a question actually. I've been listening to this twos and fro's and questions and comments. How is this a progress report on the implementation of the strategy when we've only limited the discussion to trees? And that's my understanding of not what the strategy is about. It's not limited to trees. So it doesn't, the LiDAR, the focus of today is a report on LiDAR. That doesn't pick up anything under 3 metres, correct? That's what I've heard. So what about the other vegetation that is mentioned in the strategy? So how do we pick that up? How do we pick up the stream edge vegetation, the wetland vegetation, and a whole lot of categories that are in the definition under the Ngāhere strategy, but aren't being reflected on here today? And why is it we're only talking about trees?
I mean, yeah, I think we might be past questions, but if Mark could just have a brief.
Through Mr. Chair, the Urban Ngāhere strategy is all about Ngāhere and a flourishing, diverse environment, natural environment across the region. Many of the outcome areas and the actions are focused on what is happening with trees. So there is quite a lot of content that we've reported back on, which is advancing how trees are cared for, how they're managed, how they're protected. So the strategy is pitched at that level, but it has a holistic view of everything green infrastructure. But it's perhaps skewed or slanted more towards trees and how we're managing trees per se.
Yeah, and I can see that from reading the strategy too, but it's interesting that the introduction to the strategy, it actually says that it's more than that, yet as you read into the strategy, it just narrows down. And so I guess my question is, we know that New Zealand's lost 95% of its wetlands, I think, and in Auckland we've probably lost more than that in the Auckland region. So where do we bring the attention to the other vegetation, which is an additional to trees? Where do we record the health of that?
So, through the Chair, in terms of recording where we plant, obviously the BioTree app now gives us a lot more of a broader picture. It doesn't just record trees, it records all of our plantings, so it's both herbaceous and flaxes, etc. In terms of the, I guess the other aspects of the non-tree cover, if we want to call it that, but the green assets, certainly in my area of work, green infrastructure is something that we encourage, certainly through development. You'll see a lot more rain gardens. Stormwater treatment devices are being now incorporated into the road corridor. They in themselves lead to more plantings, and so in our discussions that we're having with developers, it's about not just about the trees, because in some cases we can't plant trees in streets. It's about us getting in green infrastructure as well to help with that overall, I guess, improvement of the environment by looking at planting as one of the solutions.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. Just briefly, I guess I took it for granted living in growing up in Glenfield and Kaipātiki that we have 32% tree coverage. The air was obviously cleaner for me. The streets were cooler. Walking to school, I walked through 2 or 3 bush tracks on the way to school when I was a kid. It just didn't occur to me until I worked as a youth worker right across Auckland how different the service trees give, especially in South Auckland schools where I'm working, where it is hotter, it is dustier, the air quality is different. You can tell it is different, and that's specifically because I guess people in decades before had saved so much reserve land in my area, but also the tree planting, well-established suburbs, things like that. But we cannot turn our back on those communities now, and I'm glad that's where the focus is already going. But the business case must ramp up that work in those areas. South Auckland needs to get more trees and more stormwater. The issues around flooding, the stormwater, all the co-benefits that come from tree planting, the reducing emissions, the air quality, the amenity, just the fact it's more enjoyable to have trees around your neighbourhoods. That cannot just be continuing to be places like Kaipātiki where we're already blessed. So it is about holding the line. It's great that the LiDAR shows that we are holding our line, but we know there is a constant reduction in the larger trees which we need to address. I'm excited about this. It's important. We are doing big space. Barry's just got me 162 trees are going into the downtown, Quay Street. Those big projects are fantastic in the city centre, but it shows us the Te Ounga, Oakley Creek work, Awataha with Healthy Waters and Kāinga Ora. Those massive big projects are great, but we also need to be getting in all our communities through this urban ngāhere process. And I think, listening to Hal the last few months, I've learned more about what we are doing, and I've been far more excited about it, listening to his passion for it, but also all the work that all of you have been doing in this space, but how intertwined it is into all the different parts of council already. So it's exciting, but I think ramping up this work through our business case that is done internally, Councillor Simpson, but that can go into the 10-year budget and really actually significantly do this work and engage our communities through mana whenua, schools, community, everyone to do, to really transform Auckland, to make it cooler and reduce those emissions as well. So thank you all very much, and it has been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
Mr Chair,
Thank you.
how long do you think we've got to go? Because
Yes,
Shane and I have to go, and there won't be a quorum.
Yes, I was about to say that. So we have one item left with Linda and Shane gone. There will still be a quorum, but we'll be right on it. But we're going to try and get through this last item because I know Councillor Stewart needs to leave as well. Okay. Yeah. So yep. So we've got 15. No, we'll just hold on, Councillor Walker, but cool. Thank you. Cool. Where are we? Who do we have? Cool. Cool. So, Denise, McLean, Paul, if you introduce yourselves as you go, but we've got the scoping report for adaptive management of too much water, which is a very good name.
Kia ora koutou, Paul Mary Lloyd Takuingoa. I'll introduce Denise O'Shaughnessy and McLean Grindal, and also Sarah Leclerc, who's worked in developing this scoping report. And that was developed in response to a resolution from the Environment and Community Committee, excuse me, in the previous term. Effectively, you're being asked to commission this piece of work. So what is it? What we're proposing is a program of work to develop an adaptive management policy. We use the title very much plain English, about too much water. So that's water as a result of flooding, coastal inundation, and then as a result of that, coastal erosion. This is very much intertwined with the Climate Action Plan that you adopted earlier on in the session. It is informed by a number of good practice examples. So in terms of that, we've drawn from the international realm with the Sendai framework. We've got the New Zealand Coastal Management Statement, another important document from the Ministry for Environment about preparing for coastal change. And there's also good practice from colleagues in and around the Hawke's Bay who've developed a long-term strategy that goes out to 2120 to 100-year strategy. And so you can see that that has informed the thinking that we're bringing to you today. And in terms of the driver for this work, it's really, there are a number of incidences where there are issues in terms of too much water that are occurring across the region. The evidence is indicating that that is only going to get worse over time. And when these incidences arise, then we have issues in terms about roles and responsibilities, and that raises a whole series of questions. So what we're proposing is a series of 4 work streams that will culminate in the development of some interim principles, a draft discussion document which will then stimulate engagement with local boards and the community, and then final policy. If I can anticipate some questions, it might be useful just in terms of managing time. So statement in terms of paragraph 79 that talks about financial implications. So the development of this work will involve 2 full-time equivalents, and it will be done so within existing budgets and baselines. Just to confirm that the process in which engaging with local boards conforms to the governance review process in terms of, so we're looking at a 2-stage engagement with local boards. And then just highlight, and I know that Councillor Dalton had some questions which I'll just address now. So we have, in developing the scoping document, talked to mana whenua groups. There is clear response from mana whenua that this is an issue of significance to them. It relates to sites of significance, also to marae, urupā, and also sites involving cultural practices as well, and whether that's in terms of resource gathering and harvesting and those sorts of things. So that was explicit feedback that we received, in particular from Ngāti Tiata as well as Te Kaurawa Maki. And in terms of developing the policy over the course of the next year, what we're looking at is quite an in-depth engagement with mana whenua groups, and that will be throughout the process, and as well as explicit engagement once we have that discussion document and also the draft document. And in particular, that will be also informed by, there are a number of existing iwi management plans, so as part of that we will then have face-to-face discussions and engage in dialogue with mana whenua groups as they wish to engage in the process. And lastly, just having some discussions with Member Wilcox, there's a proposal that we also include another work stream which talks specifically about Māori outcomes. So as I've described, and in terms of the initial, how we conceived of those 4 work streams and the feedback we received from mana whenua groups was that certainly the risk is an area that mana whenua has expressed an interest in terms of that was important to them, and that's risk to marae, sites of significance and the others, and certainly also the knowledge work stream, looking at working in close collaboration with mana whenua in that regard, as well as the social change. But that addition is supported by staff as well, so happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Cool, thank you, Paul. And for those online who may not be able to see the screen, the resolutions are the same, but there is the additional E, which says, note that Māori outcomes to the ongoing workstream will consider kōrero from marae, papakāinga, sites of significance to mana whenua and Māori enterprises, and that came from Member Wilcox to be added in and is supported by staff. So just in case you can't see that, everything else is the same in the agenda.
Okay, thanks, Richard.
Cool. A question from Councillor Walker.
If you're happy, I'll just make my statement at the same time, just to expedite things.
I'll just get questions from Deputy Mayor and Councillor Simpson first. That's the only two. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chairman. The coastal compartment management plans, have they been completed? No. So they were started.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
We've been talking to Environmental Technical Services who are bringing those forward. The first pilot is due to be consulted on in later this year, and we will be making sure that we align the work that we're doing with this with the work that's been done by the Coast Group for the coastal compartment management plans.
When were they started, those coastal plans? 3 years ago?
Yeah, I think the groundwork and the research work that they required was started then. I believe that the first pilot is happening this year.
And the Natural Hazards Risk Management Action Plan, is that completed?
No. That I think work is happening at the moment they were under consultation. They brought it to committee last August, I believe, for further consultation. And a lot of that work is integrated within the Auckland Climate Plan and within the LTP climate lane to bring those actions forward. But I think that there's work ongoing with that. And once again, we've been talking to staff members there to make sure that the work we're doing supports and is aligned with that piece of work as well.
So if I went and spoke to Healthy Waters or Rod Sheridan, they'd be able to give me a pretty extensive list of what needs to be done, where and how, I would suspect. Would that be a fair comment?
What needs to be done in terms of?
Protecting these areas, mitigations, systems put in place to actually reduce the risks around flooding, coastal inundation and so forth.
We have a meeting on Thursday with the flooding group from Healthy Waters, and once again we've been talking extensively with Healthy Waters about what is required, what they already know, and what policy they would embrace to sit behind that.
Thank you. And the pilot is in September for Whangaparoa for the coastal compartment management plans. That's the first one, as far as I know. Yeah. Councillor Simpson.
I'm getting a bit nervous, actually, having spoken to listen to the Deputy Mayor. The two staff that you're going to put against this, they're already employed, aren't they? They're all part of your team? These are not new people, right?
So through the chair, that was a full-time equivalent, so it will be a combination of pieces of time of existing staff members. So there won't be two specific staff members, it's a combination of a range of people that will
Everyone will do a
the
bit.
project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Casey.
I've got two questions. The first one is the proposed plan seeks to mitigate risks against high-risk populations such as people on low income, people with disabilities and new migrants. The good news is that the 6 demographic advisory panels should be in place by August, so you would have their input by December when you come to have the final policy document. That was not a question, that was a statement. My question is, remember animals and livestock as part of this plan, because they have been found in every emergency to be left behind. So I think the emergency management has now got them central to their plans, so just to make sure that you keep mentioning it. Some people don't want to leave their house if you're not taking their animal.
Cool. Thank you. Yep. Councillor Darby, is this a question or a speaking?
And just carrying on from the earlier point I was discussing about wetlands. Wetlands actually take the energy out of water and can slow that supply of water down. So I'm just interested in your work here, how we start to look at those natural systems that actually take the energy out of water to slow water so that we don't get too much water. Is this work likely to be exploring all of that?
So through the chair, that the work stream that looks at interventions can sort of contribute to that, but I suspect the question also relates to quite a specific sort of asset type response, and the nature of this policy will be much broader than that. So it will be the impact across the environment as well as people in terms of the economy and social and cultural practices as well. So it's a people-driven strategy, and then it supports a range of other asset-driven strategies that are in the process of development.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. Now speaking turns Councillor Walker.
I just want to speak to this. I'm very supportive of this. Just picking up from Paul's comment, essentially this is about a process, and it's a co-designed, collaborative, bottom-up process that involves the community. So, and it doesn't necessarily second-guess answers. It's adaptive. That's the basis of it. So we need to actually do this. We need to do it as quickly as we can. In respect of the question that Councillor Simpson raised, which was going to finance, this approach saves a whole bundle of money. Instead of the millions of dollars that we've effectively wasted at Orewa, which had one part of council battling another part and actually hasn't generated a solution, it hasn't generated a long-term solution in terms of the coastal processes, this process, because it's collaborative, it can engage the community, can actually generate solutions. And they're very cost effective. So I would hope that we pick up from other councils. Bay of Plenty, for example, has adopted this. They've actually applied it. So I would hope that we look at where other councils are at in terms of testing the process to make sure it's fit for purpose, and perhaps even customising some test cases so we make sure that we've got the thing right. And I would just make the observation around the adaptive nature of it. Climate change and sea level rise is going to be coming and hitting us fast. It's accelerating. We're seeing that in storms. These things are going to multiply, and we need this sooner rather than later. It is about the only way that we can actually apply a customised approach around the coastline, because you've actually got to involve the people everywhere. They are part of the solution. So this enables us to do that. And frankly, I think it has merit to apply across council. The adaptive approach has merit in many other areas, and I'm sure Barry Potter's picked up on that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's not often I speak against something that the staff have put forward, but in this case I feel I have to. 2017 we had the Tasman Tempest. We started the coastal compartment management plans a year before that. That Tasman Tempest destroyed a lot of coastline, a lot of infrastructure that was put there. The work was done, or not done. It has been done in some places. We know from other areas, Hawke's Bay, we know from the West Coast, we know from what's happening in Tauranga what the solutions are. Yes, Councillor Walker is absolutely right. We need to involve our communities. That should have started in 2017. And that needs to be implemented. Now, I don't believe we need to do this whole new adaptive approach of planning cycles with another theoretical exercise. We actually need to start doing stuff. Enough of the paralysis by analysis. Let's just talk to communities and find what is the best thing to put in to solve this situation. Is it a rock remitment? Is it planting? Is it whatever? Or is it just abandonment? But I think we've had enough of this endless planning cycles. Anticipate future events. Give it a rest. How can you do that? You've got no idea what's coming. No one does. And the whole thing to me is just bureaucracy repeating itself on work that should have been completed already. And I won't be supporting it. Happy to be in the minority too.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jessie Simpson.
Okay, I've seconded this, but the Deputy Mayor has a good point. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to try and find a compromise. I don't know what everybody else thinks. But, you know, we have started work that hasn't been completed, and these guys are meeting with that team after this has been approved, and I don't know that that's right. So I support what this work wants to do, and I support, and I'm sure the Deputy Mayor does, yeah. But actually the bit that's missing in between is the work that's already started and where we've got to before we figure out where we need to go. So to that end, I'm just interested in the rest of you around the table, whether we could, dare I say it, defer this for a month, because I think, and I don't want to hold anything up, I've seconded it, but you need to give us confidence that you've spoken to Healthy Waters, we know where they're at, we know what the gaps are, and by approving this, we know where to go. So I say that giving you a month's notice, if that's acceptable, because to reinvent the wheel is not good value for money. I really want this work to happen, and I've seconded it because I do want it to happen. But you have to know what you've already got done so you don't start the whole process again.
Is there a response to that? Because I see people kind of
this is
ready to...
Yeah, this is incorrect. Could we just have a response to... The purpose, in my understanding, is because we don't have these policies in place and we keep making decisions, expensive ones, on the hoof because we don't have this in place. So if you could just have a response.
Through the chair, we wouldn't want to give the impression that we hadn't been working across the organisation. So we've been engaging with Healthy Waters, with engineering and technical services through the development of the scoping report and other areas, which I may have forgotten. And they are supportive of the policy work. They see it as an important part of the work that they're doing, that it's complementary to that. So the workshop that Sarah referred to is a continuation of the discussions that have already been going on over the last several months to develop this report.
It's a shame that no one approached me about this, and then we could have discussed it before. Yeah, but my understanding is that this work is happening because we do not have these policies in place as an organisation. Jacques, did you have something to add?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we're talking past each other. If you look at paragraphs 53, 54, 55, I think that's the crux of what we are talking about. Yes, there are many plans. Healthy Waters has got a whole bunch. INES has got a whole bunch. The chief engineer's got a whole bunch. That's part of the issue. Everybody is doing stuff. This is not about what the solutions are. This is the policy that we put in place, and what it comes down to in the end is about risk and liability. Council has no policy on when it takes the risks and when it will and will not be liable. That's what this is about. That is, and within that context, that the plans, for example, that the Deputy Mayor raised, that they get implemented. Without that, it is not clear where that risk and liability sits. That's what this is about.
Councillor Cooper,
I mean, I think we faced this after the Tasman Tempest. We had no policy for what we did with houses that were flooded and risk of life, and we had to kind of make it up as we went along. And I think, for me, this can pull all the work streams together and actually justify whether we do things or not. At the moment, we've got no framework to justify or to send us ahead. And I think if we've got that, you can say we're doing this because of this, or we're not doing it because of this policy. And I think that gives us the guidance. I think we've kind of come at it a bit backwards, but we're now remediating that. That's how I see this. And I also think we have to have policies on risk. We've got massive costs coming towards us, and no one knows who should pay. And we're always the last man standing. So we need to really clearly define what we were liable for and not. So that's why I support this, though I do respect Deputy Mayor's views, because we've got to get on with the stuff that almost falls out of this, but it's already going, and we need to get on with it.
This has got timeframes.
Cool. Sorry, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do support this work, and I support it thinking back to Seaview Road in Piha, which is in Linda and I's ward. And that provides a taster for what might come in many parts of our city and indeed our country in the next few decades and beyond. What we hear repeatedly is, according to the data and the projections, we are heading towards situations where people's homes will be washed out in greater number. They'll fall off cliff faces, all sorts of apocalyptic, horrible things. And I think it is very important, in particular, work stream 2, I want to point everyone's attention to that one. Risk and liability. I think that is the most important there for me. Because when ratepayers' homes fall into the ocean or get washed out, they can come to us and say, well, you shouldn't let us build in a floodplain. We think that you're liable. Council's traditionally seen as the last man standing in these kind of situations. Residents will say this, and we can point to central government who can point the finger right back again. The insurance company are well ahead of us in this. They have been informed in reports in 2018 and 2019 indicating multi-billion-dollar risks across the country. And so when they know this kind of stuff, they would be very reluctant to insure these homes. And so we're heading towards a risk and liability time bomb potentially, and we've got to get plans in place immediately to try and address these difficult questions. NIWA's climate data has been published recently, I saw in Newsroom, and it's shown unequivocally that we will have more weather extremes. We've had droughts the last couple of years, we've also had storms, and as the data progresses, we're going to have longer and deeper droughts followed by massive, massive storms. And this is going to cause huge issues for our communities. And so we've got to get plans in place immediately to sort this out. So I'm hugely in favour of this, and it will impact hugely in my ward and across Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you. And largely what... Oh, last one, Member Wilcox.
Chair, look, I must have been asleep when I put forward this kaupapa. In its context, it should have been the ongoing work streams will integrate corridor, not consider corridor. We'll integrate, similar to what we've done with the Tarukia kaupapa, and it should be ongoing work streams, because there's the work streams up there, eh?
Yep.
So.
And that's fine with the mover and seconder?
Absolutely. That gives the extra weight to Bill, to the deputy mayor's
Yes, thank you. I largely wanted to say what Councillor Henderson was saying. This has come to actually Pippa and I about 3 times now before the committee to put a delay in. This committee is only every 2 months. The work needs to be done because we don't have clear policy on who is responsible when and for what. And it does mean that we have been making ad hoc decisions, not just on public but also private. When you think of New Lynn, Piha, other issues like that. Right now we're getting questions about houses on a cliff in Browns Bay that are privately built on private land, but the cliff is slipping away onto public land. So this is what this is enabling. Thank you. And we will. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Those against?
Aye, noted, please.
And Deputy Mayor would like his name recorded. Thank you very much. That is carried. And on to item 11. Councillor Walker has moved, seconded Councillor Simpson. There's nothing, any questions on? No questions?
Oh, yeah, I have. No, I'm only being cheeky.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you very much, and have a fantastic Tuesday afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.